All right, everybody. How you doing? It's News Debate. I am Lee, kicking off here the month of content. That's right. I'm trying to do as many shows as I can during the month of December. I've also unveiled a new voice message and texting system. So before the show, after the show, even during the show, you can get in contact with 323-250-0867. You can call and leave a message. I'll play it during the show. You can send a text message. I'll read it during the show. 323-250-0867. And that is made possible as well as my huge blitz of content this month because I have been getting a lot of support over on patreon.com/NEWZ debate. So the more support I have, the more shows I do, the more cool things I can throw in to the show. I want to thank my Patreon supporters who are in the show right now over on Twitter Spaces, including Patrice, Shannon, Frankie J. Better Vibes is messaging me over on Twitter. He is also a supporter of mine. For some reason, we've been having a lot of trouble trying to get him involved with the show. No idea. We're going to try to troubleshoot it. Maybe he'll join us as a speaker over on Stereo. I'm also live on Stereo, live on twitch.tv/NEWZ debate and rumble.com/user/NEWZ debate. Also want to thank Apostate Nate, Patreon supporter, who usually joins us. Maybe he'll join us later in the show, as well as Lola, Mojo, Sneaky Elbow, Ron, who often joins us, Natasha, Nick, MC Funk, who joined us on the most recent show. That was great. Bjorn, who also joined us. And hopefully you support the show over on patreon.com/NEWZ debate. It's News Debates. I am Lee. So today's show, it's a hot take show, so we can kind of go in different directions. But the idea that I had was let's discuss our hot takes specifically revolving around topics that the Supreme Court is thinking about right now. So I have a bunch of stories pulled up. I want to hear from you guys. So we'll go with the ones you bring up first, but there are some real big ones that hopefully we'll get to. But before we do that, I don't know exactly which day of the week we'll do it this month and into the future, but no matter what we're discussing, as long as he leaves me a message, I would like to start one show a week with some NFL predictions. Frankie J is joining us over on Twitter Spaces. I'm going to play a message from him now that he just left. This is Frankie J's NFL Fast Picks. I think I got that right. Maybe we'll work on the name. That's a mouthful. That's what she said. Let's hear from Frankie J and which games he's paying attention to in the NFL. It's News Debate. I am
Hey, Lee, this is Frankie J. I'm going to start something new for you. This is Frankie J's NFL Fast Picks of the Week. This week, I'm going to pick just AFC games, and the two favorite games I have this week, of course, will be the Buffalo Bills visiting the Los Angeles Rams. But before that, we'll get to the other favorite game I have of the week, and that's the Los Angeles Chargers going in to Arrowhead to face the 11-1 Kansas City Chiefs. I'm going to give you my predictions, and I'm going to do it fast. My fast pick for that game, I like the Chargers to upset the Chiefs at home, not only giving them their first home loss, but giving them their first or their second loss of the season, first one at the hands of the Bills. So I like that game to go down to a field goal. I say 30-27. LA Chargers leave Arrowhead with a victory and putting the Chiefs at 11-2. Then we go over to the Bills at the Rams. I think the Rams are going to be a full contact practice game prior to going into Detroit next week. That'll be more of a shootout. The Rams have a little bit decent quarterback in Matt Stafford still, a little banged up or not. He can still sling the ball around the field, so it'll be a pretty good game, but I think it's going to be a semi-blowout, if you want to call it that. I like the Bills 31-17. So the Bills will improve to 11-2 and be tied with the Chiefs for the first seed in the playoffs. And we would have the tiebreaker because we beat them already. So that's my weekly fast pick. Again, tune in next week for Frankie J's NFL Fast Picks.
What's not to like about that? We have Better Vibes joining us over on stereo, so we're working on getting him into the program. It's News Debate. I am Lee. Let's say hello to everybody. Just give us an update. Let us know how you're doing on this weekend show, and then we'll get to some hot takes. Let's start with Patrice, then we'll hear from Shannon, then we'll hear from Frankie J, and if we can get him connected, we'll hear from Better Vibes over on stereo. How you doing, Patrice?
Put her on the spot like that, Lee.
I am doing fine, Lee. Great to be here on the show.
Yes, Shannon. I put her on the spot, and clearly it did not work out. Maybe we'll hear from Patrice in a moment. But hey, Shannon, she's clearly audible. How you doing, Shannon?
I am wonderful. Patrice made my last 5 years. She bought my Amazon wish list for me. So not only was she supporting you, she's supporting me too.
It's hard not to like Patrice. That's right. Yeah, no. Patrice and I were talking. We were just discussing how happy we were that even though you had a fall, um, gosh, it was the day before Thanksgiving, that
Yep.
you are, I guess, better than you could be. Like it could have been much worse, and you have some issues that you'll have to take care of eventually, but you're still with us. You're still ticking. It's all we can hope for, right? For all of us.
Absolutely. It could always be worse. Always be worse.
It could always be worse.
You all hear
Remember
me
that.
now?
Hey,
Oh,
it's
there's Patrice.
There's Patrice.
I'm so sorry.
She was outside picking up
I had
Shannon's Amazon packages. That's why we couldn't hear from her.
yes, and her birthday.
I'm confused.
That it
Did I
is.
miss a birthday? Is it your birthday today?
No, Monday.
Oh, Monday. Okay, well maybe we'll do a show Monday, and we'll wish you a happy birthday. Please, after the show, because if you send me now, it's gonna get lost. After the show, send me a message. Remind me it's your birthday on Monday, and maybe we'll do something birthday related. You know, we don't have to embarrass you, but I don't know. I'm sure there's some sort of debate around birthdays that we can. Oh, okay. My friends that have kids now, as opposed to when I was young, and I assume everybody else, they sometimes have to invite everyone in their kids' class if they have a birthday party. Like it's mandatory. That's a debate we can certainly have. So, Shannon, happy pre-birthday. Let's have you message me later on to remind me, if not Monday, maybe tomorrow, maybe Tuesday. We'll try to do a birthday-related show. But back to you, Patrice, or as I like to call her, Mother Teresa, here on the show. So giving. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you. Doing great. Waiting for more so we can go skiing.
Waiting for more snow so you can go skiing. Was that what that was?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's supposed to snow. Well, it was supposed to snow. What's today? Saturday? Tomorrow, and it'll snow on Monday. But
Are you still in
right now the
Texas? Where are
conditions.
you?
Utah.
Oh, you're in Utah now. I was going to say, wow, Texas is going to snow. Okay, so Utah, you need some more snow. Frankie J, who has his hand up,
Yes.
we're going to go over to him. I think he has a lot of snow. Maybe he could say to you. Frankie, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, and Lee, you couldn't have read my mind any better. Patrice, if you want some snow, I got two hookups. One from where I came from in Buffalo. They just got labeled with another blizzard. And I moved up to the Adirondacks, and we got like 8 inches yesterday, a foot today, another foot. And all next week it's supposed to snow. All the snowmobilers are out jamming right now. So if you want some snow, gotta wait. I don't know how to. It'll melt. The thought is what counts. I would definitely send you snow if I could.
And I'm surprised
We
Utah
could use
doesn't have
that.
more snow. I guess it's climate change, everybody. But yeah, I mean, there's certainly places in the U.S. that have a lot of snow right now. So let's hope for more snow to Utah. Okay, let's get down to it then. Doesn't matter who, but let's go with anybody. Does anybody have a Supreme Court related hot take. So a case that is in front of the Supreme Court now, or at least Supreme Court related. We can go a little bit further than that. I would love to get into this. I have a couple. If anybody needs some food for thought, I have a few lined up. I have a couple of videos lined up that I've selected as well. But does anybody have one they want to start with?
I didn't have a Supreme Court. I had an appellate court from Connecticut come through yesterday that I was going to give you.
We'll start with
Alex
court related. That's all right.
Court related. All right, Alex Jones. His verdict was upheld by the appellate court in Connecticut, so he lost his appeal. He did get 150 million out of the 965 billion back, or 965 million. Yeah, he got the punitive damages back because of wording.
Okay, so it was around $1 billion that he was owing the families of Sandy Hook, and he got that.
It's still that
by like around 150 million.
No. He still owes the 985, 960. He still owes that, but then there was punitive damages of 195 million that got taken out because it was under Trade Act practices or something. The appellate court felt the wording was off.
Legalese. Okay, yeah, thank you.
I put the story down below.
You got the Guardian. Let's bring that up. So from the Guardian, a Connecticut state appellate court has affirmed a $965 million verdict from 2022 against far-right conspiracy theorist Alex Jones. But where's this other part? Okay, it did grant Jones a $150 million reprieve. It determined the plaintiffs failed to assert a legally viable claim under the Connecticut Unfair Trade Practices Act, that the $150 million in punitive damages awarded by the lower court must now be vacated, noting that the plaintiffs, man, this is really technical, alleged injury came from false language and not from speech related to advertising, marketing, or the sale. Okay, so I guess they need to fire their lawyer.
Sorry.
It's because it came from false language, but not from speech related to advertising, marketing, or the sale of goods. So no one is debating that there was shit coming out of his mouth, but it was the type of the color of shit. Yeah. So this is a legalese thing. Okay. So I'm still getting a lot of money. I'm sure this is not good, because any victory for Alex Jones in my book is not good. But still,
no, the Onion goes up tomorrow or Monday. Monday is the court date for the Onion as well, for Alex Jones and the Onion.
Because he is alleging that there's not enough information available about how they won the sale, because they didn't offer just straight up money. It was a little complicated. So now they're going to have a court decide whether or not the Onion, which has purchased the InfoWars physical equipment, as well as the intellectual property, the URL, all that stuff, they're now going to have a court decide whether or not that can be allowed to go forward, because the Onion wants to use it.
Right. Yep.
I got to say, if he can get out $150 million and also lose to the Onion, I'll take that deal. I'm not, a family member connected to Sandy Hook who's been put through hell because of this horrible person, but yeah, let's go ahead and give him $150 million back, and then make sure that the Onion can use InfoWars. That sounds good.
That's what I hope. But I think the Onion sells, right? Because that's where they're actually based.
I'm sorry, say that again. You think the Onion is based where?
Texas. I think that case is out of Texas. The bankruptcy, because I think that's where InfoWars. Because I think InfoWars is out of Texas. I think that's where they. I mean, I know that's where Jones lives. I just don't.
Oh, okay. Well, that's probably.
I don't know where the court case.
Everybody who runs a company wants to be in Texas now. I don't think they have state income tax or whatever the situation is. Him and Elon, everybody else is moving to Texas.
Yep. And I'm sure you talked about Blue Cross yesterday. Did you?
Oh yeah, no, we talked all
I mean,
about that.
oh, did you? That's my insurance company in Connecticut. When I have to go in for vascular surgery, I was like, they're gonna have to change that because there's no way,
So
no way I'm going in for
you're
surgery if they're limiting anesthesia.
Oh, okay. Sorry. No. I'm confusing myself. We talked about both. So the anesthesia thing has been given up. They very quickly threw in the towel.
Oh,
And then we talked about United Healthcare, where their CEO was murdered.
yeah.
But unrelated yet related, because the group that was pushing for the anesthesia limit to be lifted, they probably had this all planned. But when the United Healthcare CEO was murdered, they just were like, okay, well, let's do it now. And then very quickly they were successful. So unrelated, but probably still related in the end. And I wouldn't be surprised if other groups, if they do it really quickly, can maybe try to very pointedly say, we want this to be changed with this insurance company, and let's do it now before the news cycle forgets that a gigantic health company's CEO was murdered on the street in New York City. But so sorry, you used the one that was going to get rid of anesthesia at Blue Cross. Was that what that one was?
Yeah. Blue Cross of Connecticut was one of the 3 states that was saying they were going to limit anesthesia or start charging patients if it went over the time limit. Like, that's one of the things I would not want to be shorted on it during surgery. What are you going to do? Wake me up, see if I want to continue the surgery? What am I going to say? No.
I don't know. The way doctors are nowadays, the pain would suck, but maybe it's not a horrible idea to be awake and make sure they're not like screwing with you or like drunk or something.
Oh, hell no. Put me out. I don't want to see any of that. Nope.
Who
Nope.
was it?
Put me out. I don't want to watch.
I don't think it was John Stewart. Oh, I think it was Bill Maher. Yeah, I'm not sure if we discussed it on the show, but Bill Maher in the last several months, last 6 months, he did a whole spiel where he does, maybe 5 to 10 minutes of comedy at the end of the show that's scripted, but still very funny in my opinion. He talked about how, when he was growing up, we had this sort of reverence for doctors, just like we do for lawyers. And even though doctors save your lives, not that lawyers necessarily do, but like, oh, someone's a lawyer, they're smart. Someone's a doctor, they're smart. That sort of thing. Someone has a PhD, they're smart. He started talking about how maybe that was not a good idea, and he just laid out all the data of all the doctors who were getting people addicted to painkillers, and what happened with, is it Matthew Perry, the Friends guy who recently died, how doctors were making fun of him amongst themselves when he wanted drugs, and they were like, let's see how much money we can steal from this idiot, that sort of a thing. So yes, of course, no one wants to go through surgery awake, but I think I agree with him. It was probably a mistake to give so much reverence just without any specific reason why for any individual to doctors, because the more I learn about the medical field, the more I learn about how doctors operate day to day, I do not believe for a second that someone who decided to become a doctor in the last 10 years did it because they wanted to help people. I used to think that when I was young. Maybe I was wrong. But for 10 years or even longer, people have known that being a doctor means you have to fight insurance companies, or you just become a doctor for rich people and it doesn't matter. And someone who becomes a doctor for rich people clearly does not want to help people. They want to be a doctor for rich people. Maybe helping people is 10th on the list, but it's not number 1. It's not number 2 or 3. And if you want to become a doctor for average people and you're okay with all of the hassle and all of these other things, maybe 1 out of 100 is a do-gooder. But I feel like no one who wanted to help people would go through all of that when there's so many other things you could do to help people. So in a roundabout way, don't trust doctors, everybody. That's what I'm trying to say. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. Want to say hello to Better Call Sal, joining us, I believe, from Ireland. Yes. Great to have you here. Request to speak if you'd like to throw in. Patrice, your hand is up. What's on your mind?
Well, what about C-sections? You're awake, and that's major surgery.
Nope, knocked me
So
out for that too.
no, they won't do
My mother
that.
was knocked
I
out
mean, I
for
have. Oh, she was. I haven't had one, but I know that you're awake. And
Yeah,
there's
my mother
other
didn't have any
surgeries.
labor.
One
They just
second here. One second here. Let's
pulled
make
me out.
sense of this. So sorry. So Shannon, you said that when your mother had a C-section, she was not just drugged up and awake, but she was drugged up and asleep, and they just pulled you out.
Yeah, she was out. She didn't go through labor. Well, she went through labor to deliver. They just knocked her out and pulled me out with forceps.
Yeah,
Why did
I
they
That was
do
just
that?
one second. Yeah,
uh,
one second, guys. It's going to be hard here. Let's try to make sense of all this. I was under the impression as well that when you had a C-section, they made it so you were aware of what was going on, but clearly you don't want to be cut into without pain medication. So I was sort of under the impression it was like what Patrice had just thrown out there. So let's go back to
oh yeah, now they
Patrice.
do. Now they keep you awake. But in
Okay.
the 70s, and
Well,
pulled
in
you
the
out.
70s, the doctors were probably smoking, so they probably just wanted to put you out anyways. It doesn't matter.
Well, that's true.
Okay, so I'm glad we figured that out. In the past, maybe they did it one way, but now I believe you are conscious during a C-section. Back to you, Patrice.
So, and then there's other surgeries. They have that people are awake, but it's the doctor's call. What about the dentist? They give you sometimes people anxiety, whatever
Yeah,
that
I
that
don't
gas
recall
is,
ever
laughing gas.
I don't recall ever being unconscious at the dentist except for when I got my
No.
wisdom teeth out. But certainly every time I go there and they have to do something, they numb it up.
Well, they also have like a gas too, besides the numbing, where
Yeah.
you're kind of like,
Yeah, I've
and
had
then they'll
gas at
put
some
like
point.
headphones. Yeah, and headphones with music. Make sure you have a dentist that has headphones, and then you can
My
pick your
dentist
music.
clearly sucks. I've never had headphones while I was having
Yeah,
work done.
time. Yeah, time to change.
My
So,
dentist
and
always
then
talks to me though. So if I go under, I don't need headphones because I'm not awake. But every time I get anything done, the dentist is always talking to me at the very least, making sure I'm okay. So whether or not we're having like a full on conversation, it will be drill, scrape, suction, and then like, hey, you're okay. I feel like that's why I can't think specifically of a time where it would have made sense to have headphones. But maybe my dentist is talkative.
I think it's just the different uh, bedside manners and what they think you might like. You like people talking to you.
Yeah, plus I
They
think
talk
my
to you.
dentist would kind of be sad if I walked in and, he numbed me up or whatever and started talking to me and I'm like, actually, could you just give me the headphones today? Shut up.
Right.
Give me the headphones.
Now, um, maybe y'all can clarify for me, but this whole anesthesia thing, that was just about how much they're gonna pay. They weren't
Yeah,
asking to
let me
like
look up
your surgery can only be 30 minutes instead of 2 hours.
no,
It
they
was
were
just
saying that.
it was money.
Let me
Oh, they
find
were.
this is what Bjorn
That's
said. I don't
exactly what
know
they
the
were.
exact details, but Bjorn was telling me that they were just going to cut you off after a certain amount of time. But they lost that battle because there was a really coordinated effort right after the United Healthcare CEO was murdered to force them to reverse that decision, and they folded. So let me try to look this up. But yeah, Shannon, what did you want to add?
Yeah, so like for my vascular surgery that they're saying would take 12 to 16 hours, the insurance company could say, Well, we think you can get it done in 10. So we're only paying for 10 hours of anesthesia. Not the 16 you could need. So I was like,
money, right? What they're paying
well,
for.
they're trying to dictate to the doctor how long an operation should take. And
Or
having been
they
under
will
several
say they'll
surgeries myself.
only pay for it for a certain amount of time, and then you have to pick up
Right.
the rest.
Right.
Right. So there's no way that the patient is going to be woken up. It's about money, right?
Well, I mean, it
It's
depends on
and
the
who's going to
surgery.
pay?
If I had a surgery and they said, I'm just making up an amount. They said I could only have, an hour of anesthesia, and the surgery was longer than that. I would talk to my doctor and I would say, is that doable? Could I do that? Is that possible? Am I going to, freak out and it's not going to work? I would have that conversation, and I can imagine there would be some situation where that could possibly work. But I imagine the vast majority of cases would be, we are not going to do this surgery, or you are going to pay for the part your insurance will not cover, and we will do the surgery. So this is from WFSB.com. Do you recognize?
Connecticut.
Yeah, it's in Connecticut.
Channel 3 Connecticut. WFSB.
Connecticut.
Yep.
It says an unpopular move to cap anesthesiology coverage. That's a fun word. By Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield drew criticism from patients and state officials. And they announced Thursday it would now be covered by Anthem in the states. They released information on Wednesday, so it was only 24 hours, basically, that they flipped about a cap on coverage. And if the surgery extended past a certain time limit, it would not be covered. It would have applied to Connecticut, New York, and Missouri. The only exclusion would be those under 22 years of age and maternity care. So I guess maybe that would cover our previous discussion. It says typically there is no set time limit for anesthesia. It is usually administered for as long as the procedure takes. Yeah, that seems like a good idea, right? Well, that's why we have to fight it. And I asked this question yesterday. I said, well, I'm not saying any particular individual has said this, but since we have already seen a major healthcare company reverse on limits after someone was murdered, can we say that the murder has had positive repercussions? And then I just kind of left that hanging. We didn't really necessarily get to that. Really quickly. Oh, no, sorry. Sports Rumble. How you doing, Sports Rumble, over on stereo? I've been talking with Better Vibes, trying to get him up on stereo, and I thought it was him, but I was wrong. It's Sports Rumble. Great to hear from you, man. Leave us a voice message, request to speak. Frankie, your hand is up. You've been waiting patiently. What do you want to add?
You know what, Lee? You've known me for quite some time. I'm a little touched, but for me, the whole anesthesia thing is kind of weird because all of the surgeries I've gotten, 2 times on my right elbow, once on my left elbow, both on my wrist, my left ankle, major back surgery being spinal fusion surgery, and 20 ECT treatments. The only surgeries out of all of those that I mentioned where I was put under anesthesia was the major back surgery and the ECT treatments. And to tell you the honest truth, I would rather be awake for any surgery. And I'll tell you why. Because if you're awake, doctors have to be on their game because they know that you're watching or listening. So for me, I can feel the pulling and all that. They give you the topical anesthesia, they numb the areas, and I'm okay with being awake. Now, the major back surgery, that was probably, I would want to be asleep for that. I don't feel comfortable waking up after I feel like I just went to sleep, not knowing what the hell day it is, what happened. Did I say something off? Did I offend somebody? Whatever. And every dentist
Yeah.
I've ever been
I mean,
to,
especially as a guy, you're like, did I
yeah,
get an
yeah, and I
erection
like
during the
nurses and nurses
surgery? I'm
drugs,
wondering,
you know?
did I just...
But
yeah.
and and I've went through a lot of extensive dental work. I played hockey for 20 years. I've had my teeth punched out. And every dental appointment I've ever been to, and every dentist or surgeon or specialist, they steer away from the gas now. They will only use the gas. Now, this is just my understanding. If it's an extreme case of somebody that just cannot settle down at all
Well, I
for
mean,
dental work,
doesn't that make
they're trying to
sense? I
steer
mean,
away from the
Michael
blue bars.
Jackson died because a doctor was administering.
Well, he's Michael
basically,
Jackson. Give me the drugs. You're gonna tell him no?
Yeah, exactly.
You
But my
know?
point is that, like, I mean, a doctor was literally at his home administering like
Right.
hospital
killed him.
level drugs, and he died. And then,
Propofol.
of
Killed him.
course, you have, I'm sure, a bunch of other things that were less known. And we have all the
Yeah.
opioid opioid problems that are
Yeah, and I
still
don't take
being decided.
opiates
One second,
either.
Frank.
I just struggle.
One that are still being decided. So I don't think it would be absurd to say generally doctors over the last however many years have been moving away from everything related to painkillers and knocking people out, anything in that arena, unless it is absolutely necessary. And I'm sure if you went back
Right.
20, 30 years, that was not the case. And they probably were like, well, we
Correct.
have it. Why not use it? Maybe not ridiculously overuse it, but why not use it if it makes sense? And I don't have a problem with
Yeah.
that. It's not necessarily something that you would endorse just because, oh, it saves money. It doesn't seem like a horrible idea. Just like maybe not every kid who can't sit still needs some ADHD medication. Maybe not every person who goes to the doctor
Give
and
them a
is
Benadryl.
sick. Yeah, well, I don't know about that, but let's not necessarily everybody who goes to the doctor and is sick gets hardcore antibiotics, because that's a real problem. So all of these things in theory sound great, but when the company says you can't have this surgery because we're not going to pay for anesthesia for the entirety of the surgery, that's something that I think is not okay. And that's something that I'm
and
glad
you know
has
what,
been
Lee?
reversed.
I agree with that. I 100% fully agree with that. That anesthesia isn't. All I was trying to throw out there is I'm probably one out of a gazillion people that would prefer to not have anesthesia if it wasn't a surgery. Like I said, the major back surgery where they put instrumentation and cages and screws in my back. I don't want to be awake for that. Okay, obviously, but I don't like waking up not knowing what the hell
Yeah,
happened,
and
who
that's
touched
you,
me, who
but
was
I can
there.
imagine so many other people, if
Sure.
given the option, would say, no,
Yeah.
no, I don't want to
Put me out.
be here while you're doing any of this stuff,
I like
right?
watching. Well, I watched my elbow.
Frankie not only
loved
wants to stay awake
You know?
during his surgeries, but he wants to be allowed in to watch other people during their surgeries. That's how much he enjoys being awake
Yeah.
during a surgery. Yeah.
Well, when they did my elbow, it was really interesting how they put the incision and what they were doing, and they had it on a screen, and I watched it and talked with them the whole time.
I personally,
I liked it.
Like I
I'm a
just said,
nutbag, but
with my dentist, I'm okay with talking to my dentist when he's not drilling my tooth, like, because clearly there are times you're not going to talk. But I'm okay with having a conversation with my dentist. That's usually what we do. But anything aside from simple stitches, first off, I don't want to see it. So I'm going to be looking away. I don't want it to be on a screen in my view. So put it somewhere else if you guys got to look at a screen. And man, some of the stuff you just described, if it was an option, I would say put me under as well. I don't think I'm particularly squeamish. I think maybe you're the opposite of squeamish. So I wish that there is an option for people who want to take it.
Yeah, I'm okay with seeing injury stuff like that. Do I like to see it? No, but I've seen some horrific things when I was out working as an EMT. I mean, when you see certain things, you become accustomed to it.
Oh,
you don't want to see it,
if
but
you're an
I was
EMT,
always.
I assume you probably don't need to be put under as much as some other people. Yeah.
I liked watching what they did because to me, it might sound ridiculous, and anybody else wants to comment on my statement here. It's educational. Do operations. I like the stitches.
Well, it's
Because you never know. There might
educational.
be that time where you
One
have to do your
second,
own.
Frankie.
You know?
It's educational as in you learn something you didn't know, but it's not educational as in like maybe one day you're going to perform surgery. So I wouldn't call it
You
educational.
never know.
It's no. It's interesting. It's certainly thought provoking, and it's an experience that if possible, people should be allowed to say they want to have. Educational is, I think, quite a big jump. Stay with us, Frankie. We're going to have Glenn and Better Call Sal come up eventually. Stay with us. We're going with our Patreon supporters first. So go to patreon.com/NEWZ debate if you want to become an instant co-host. Otherwise, just wait a few more minutes. Shannon, what did you want to throw in here?
Oh, no, Frankie, I was an EMT too, and I'm cool on working on other people, just not me. I don't want to see them working on me. I could sit there and I've had 3 surgeries on my right knee, 2 on my left, 3 laparoscopies on my stomach, my gallbladder out, my tonsils out, ears, tubes in my ears, back surgery. I had the spine boxes put in my back. I have, yeah.
I have to, every month, I have to self-inject a syringe into my stomach, arm, or leg for migraines. And talk about
sorry, Frankie. I didn't mean to laugh, but for migraines, it goes in your stomach, arm, or leg. I know you're not going to shove a syringe into your skull, but that just seems a little odd to me. Okay.
Yeah,
it's a real thing.
No, for 5 years I was on Lovenox because warfarin doesn't work on me. So for blood thinners, I had to do twice a day into my thigh for blood thinners.
Weird. The first time, right, where you have to inject yourself with a
yourself, absolutely. I can do it to someone else easily, but once you do it to yourself,
how about the cubbies? How about baseball? How about taxes?
They're on the off season.
Dancing unicorns. Let's move away from this. I don't. Hey, Ricky's like, hey, wasn't it the first time you took the needle and shoved it into your abdomen? I guess I am squeamish. I'm gonna say this is it's making me a little bit uncomfortable.
And I died on anesthesia, so if I'm cool to be going back under, I'm
Did you say
all
you
for
died?
it.
So you're someone they had to shock?
I did. That was the first time I died. Yeah, they had to shock me back to life. I was out I was gone for 2.5 minutes. They gave me anesthesia for 200. They gave me anesthesia for 200. Yeah. I've been there and back 5 times.
Okay, so when you send me a message at the end of the show reminding me of your birthday on Monday, go ahead and also throw in the "I've died 5 times." Maybe that's something we can also
NDE
discuss
in
on the show.
And that's the NDE in my profile. That means near-death experience survivor.
Okay. Well, near-death experiences. You got to put an apostrophe.
Yes, I have to put an apostrophe S in there, but
Jesus Christ! Wow, that is. Man,
I was 7 and they gave me anesthesia for a 250-pound man. So it stopped my heart and they had to stop the surgery. And
so this is what I'm talking about. Long time ago in today's discussion, I said maybe we should not hold doctors up so high. You were 7 and they gave you a way grossly inappropriate amount of whatever it was. And you had near-death experience, it sounds like.
I did.
These sort of problems with doctors and medical professionals, I think, happen all the time. And for some reason, I never thought that before a few years ago. And it has really changed my opinion of medical professionals. Now, Bjorn is a medical professional who joins the show, and love Bjorn. So not everyone, but holy cow. I am not seeing an enormous difference between a bunch of idiots I grew up with and people who have medical degrees. It's just one was able to get through med school and is an idiot, and one didn't go to med school and is an idiot. That's the difference for me. And the more I learn about it, the more I double down on that opinion.
You do have to have an ego to be in surgery anyways. To be a surgical doctor anyways, you have to have an ego.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you were part of that show, but Bjorn mentioned that when we were talking about if you're on call and it's like New Year's and you're getting drunk and then someone's in a car accident and they need a brain surgeon, what do you do? And he said, well, usually when you're on call, you're not going to drink because you know that could happen. And then I said, well, that kind of limits your life. Like, that sucks. And he said, no, Lee, the people who do those sorts of surgeries, they have huge egos. They want people to depend on them. They love coming in and saving the day. That's the type of person they are. So they're not going to get wasted, because when there's a call, they want to go in and they want to do surgery. So you're absolutely right. There's probably a huge difference in someone's mental self-image versus an internist, a general doctor, versus someone like a specialist or an ER doctor or a brain surgeon, something like that. Okay, let's reset. Let's try and make sense of all this. Yeah, there's a discussion over on Twitter of yeah, looks like Shannon has won the surgery and drug battle. Yeah, they're like trying to outdo each other. Nope, Shannon seems to have won with 5 I died experiences. Okay, so Better Call Sal was first. Then we're going to hear from Glenn. And of course, my Patreon supporters, just go ahead and raise your hand if you need anything. All right, so Better Call Sal calling in from Ireland. It's great to hear from you. Right now, we're just talking about medical stuff, but today is a Supreme Court's show. We're talking about cases the Supreme Court has been hearing and will eventually decide here in not too long of an amount of time. One of those that we could get to now, or we could get to later, is about puberty blockers. And Better Call Sal has shared much information, and we really appreciate that, about your child who transitioned to a different gender. And I believe that was born your son, your daughter, and is now your son. I hope I'm not making a horrible mistake there. I think that's right. So we could get into that, but you wanted to speak before we even got to that topic. So Better Call Sal, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I just a lot of surgeries here are, especially if they're leg surgeries or back surgeries. My brother had a hip surgery, and that's all done with an epidural. So it's spinal tap, and so you're not numbing the entire patient. It's what they give women for C-section. So it's not. It's only numbing the let's say the bottom half of your body. My brother had a hip operation with he got crushed by a dump truck on a motorcycle, and had to have his hip replaced. And yeah, they did it under an epidural, which is the same thing they give women when they're in labor, so they don't actually feel the pain. But yeah, that notion that they were going to do that was just completely insane. The idea of, because I mean, anesthesiologists are what, $1,200, $1,300, $1,400, and you know, but I think some in America is insane, and I think probably Glenn would probably agree with me, considering he's in Canada. But puberty blockers, I wouldn't be a fan of puberty blockers. I think that the child has to go through one or other puberty in order to sexual gratification.
So let's pause
can.
on that really quick. Let's get the gist of what's going on with the Supreme Court when it comes to gender affirming care, as some people would call it. I prefer gender altering care. That's more surgery, but also related to puberty blockers, which we're learning more and more about, do not have no consequences. It used to be thought, and it used to be said all the time that, and this was from medical professionals in the US, that you can just delay puberty, and it's just delaying puberty. More and more information is showing that's not necessarily the case. So let's jump over here to YouTube. This is, I think, NBC News, their main big organization, as opposed to a local television station. This is NBC News. It's about 2 minutes. Let's hear what the Supreme Court is considering related to puberty blocker legislation in Tennessee.
The so-called culture wars colliding with the Supreme Court tonight.
I'm not against trans rights. I'm against it on minors.
As the justices consider whether states can restrict gender-affirming care for kids and teens. And the signals so far, support for letting those bans continue. Some conservative justices concerned the court would be second-guessing states if it stepped in.
The Constitution leaves that question to the people's representatives rather than to 9 people, none of whom is a doctor.
At issue, a Tennessee law that bans puberty blockers and hormone therapy for trans youth, but it allows those treatments for other reasons. That's why opponents argue the law discriminates on the basis of sex. Liberal Justice Elena Kagan.
One of the articulated purposes of this law is essentially to encourage gender conformity and to discourage anything other than gender conformity. Sounds to me like we want boys to be boys and we want girls to be girls.
But others pointing to places in Europe putting restrictions on gender-affirming care.
The countries that have been at the forefront of this are, pumping the brakes on this kind of treatment because of concerns about the risks.
The Biden administration pushing back, pointing to how the treatments have saved lives. Atlas McGinnis and his mom, Courtney, traveling from Delaware just to be at court today.
As a parent, you just automatically go through, how am I going to make sure that my child gets the care that they need?
What would you want the justices to know about you if you could give them a message?
I'm human. I'm just the same as any other kid, other than the fact that I identify differently.
Any impact would stretch far beyond Tennessee. More than 20 other states have similar laws in place, part of an intense debate nationally over trans rights. Any decision probably won't come until closer to the end of the court's term in June. Lester?
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for having us, Lester. News Debate, I'm Lee. I always try to stop it before that happens, and clearly I didn't do it this time. They always have these tags at the end of these journalistic pieces. So, yes, that sets us up really well because Better Call Sal is joining us from Ireland, which is in Europe, and many of the quote-unquote liberal countries of the world, which often Europe and especially Western Europe, they have decided that no, you are not going to give puberty blockers to any child of any age. You're not going to offer gender altering care, going under the knife to children of any age. And these are often reversals of previous very liberal, heavy-handed legislation or just rules that were set in place by whoever puts them up. And then people said, maybe that's not the best idea. So oddly enough, the United States, every once in a while, we out liberal Europe. We do it with marijuana in many states. Basically, like half of the country has better weed and more weed than in the EU. We used to do it with abortion. Abortion is not very plentiful. It's not the right. Let me phrase this differently. Abortion is not very liberal in the EU. Now we lost our federal protection, but the states that still have it, still much better than most, if not all of the EU. We'd have to look country to country, but it's just not very liberal when it comes to abortion in Europe. And then now with trans issues for children, federally, we're still very liberal, and many states are still very liberal compared to Europe. But as we just heard, more and more states are starting to do bans. And previously, Democrats were just, you guys are transphobes, blah, 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 blah. And they still say that. But now there's actual science that shows maybe we shouldn't be doing this for children. And there's been science that has pointed in that direction for a very long time that Democrats were just ignoring. But now there's so much of it and there's so much questioning. And then add on top of that Americans do not view trans issues and gay issues as the same thing at all. So it's just not very popular to let trans teenagers, trans adults do whatever they want. We're starting to have these things coming through the pipeline that show, well, maybe we're going to reverse on some of these things as well. I want to hear from all you. Shannon, your hand is up, but we're going to stick with Better Call Sal, and then we'll jump over to Shannon. So what do you think about this? The mother of a trans man in Ireland, and your son has received the benefit of your country's acceptance of that, and we've heard that in a lot of detail. So what do you think about what's going on with the Supreme Court right now in the US?
Well, I've obviously done a lot of research on this. I did autistic, was diagnosed with autism. And
Sorry, say that again. Who
even
was
though
diagnosed with autism?
my second son, my baby,
Okay, so not
he's
not
autistic.
your trans son, your another son.
Not my
Okay.
no. I believe that the way that I feel that the system here is superior because we go to assessments and counseling and therapy, family therapy. Sam had something like 16 assessments over a 5-year period. You're not allowed to give puberty blockers to under 16-year-olds, and you can only give puberty blockers to children under 18 with parental from the age with. But at that stage, especially girls, their puberty has well and truly kicked in by then anyway. And I've never really had that conversation with Sam. I don't think. I mean, some people are saying, "Oh, well, my child too. He's saying she's a she," and I mean,
Might have to drop down.
Can you repeat that last sentence? I'm going to try to see if there's anything I can do on my end. You're cutting in and out a little bit.
Oh, it's probably because I have no electricity. I'm on my I'm on my mobile data. We had a storm Dara last night. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Just every once in a while, we're losing some words. Can you just repeat the last couple of sentences that you said?
Oh, yeah, we had a pretty bad storm, and we have no electricity. So
No,
I'm relying
before the storm. So before we got to the storm, you were saying something, and we just lost so many words I couldn't hear it. So maybe if you could just repeat the last couple of sentences before I interrupted you.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
You can't take puberty blockers before the age of 16, and you can only take them from 16 to 18 with parental permission. But you also have to have, remember we had the long conversation about the gender certification. You also have to have your certification, which takes about to get.
Okay, so we're still missing some words from you. So I'm sorry, I don't know how this is going to work, but let me just ask you some very pointed questions and then get your response. So if they say in the United States, because the Supreme Court rules this, they support the Tennessee ban and they make it federally the rule, are you okay as the mother of a trans man to say that no one under the age of 18 can have puberty blockers or even hormone injections? So even if they don't block your puberty, but you're genetically a boy, they give you the mix that makes you more of a woman, or if you're genetically a woman, they give you a mix of that's more than a boy, more of a boy, but none of that until you're 18. What do you think about that?
I have issues with the puberty blockers. I don't have issues with the testosterone or the estrogen. As long as they've had their 4-year assessment, it takes 4 years. So even if you went with a child, a 12-year-old child, and you went to your GP and started that.
Well, but once again, we're talking about the US, so that's not the case here. So forget about 4 years.
Yeah.
So just anyone who's under 18, okay. You are for hormones, you're against hormones, you're for puberty blockers, you're against puberty blockers. Tell me why.
puberty blockers because they stop the puberty. So my son, in order for my son to reach sexual gratification, he had to become female. I mean, he has gone through not only female puberty, but male puberty. He's now going through male puberty.
That's not how
because
sexual gratification works. You
no,
don't have
no,
to
well,
receive
with the
injections to be sexually
no, no, no,
gratified.
no. But if you're given puberty blockers, they it will stop. If you're given puberty blockers between the ages of 12, or I mean, I don't know how young they give them. It doesn't happen here.
I'll have
So
to look that up because I've never heard that being the case.
well, it has been an issue here, and I only know that because when my son was transitioning, I was in spaces with other trans kids that would be on the English side. I wanted to hear the worst of the worst, and believe me, I heard the worst of the worst. Um, and yeah, yeah. So as far as I'm concerned, that's that. But I have no problem if a child has parental permission.
So I just really quickly jump back to what you were saying. It does not stop sexual gratification. It can reduce libido, which means like sex drive. So it lowers the levels of sex hormones, but it does not just stop sexual gratification. It delays sexual development because it's delaying puberty. So those changes won't take place in the same time span that they would have naturally. But I don't think that it's fair or correct to say that you can't have sexual gratification if you are transitioning and it's a mixture of hormones or puberty blockers, one or the other.
Fair enough, yeah. But I still would have issues with puberty blockers. There hasn't been enough research on the long-term effects of giving puberty blockers, and there are some people who medically need.
So that came up in the video. That why are you saying juveniles, not you, but just like why is someone saying juveniles shouldn't have puberty blockers or hormone injections, even though these medicines, these treatments, these therapies are still on the table? Sorry, I'm trying to call Bjorn over on stereo and it's just not working. But they're still on the table for other things. I don't know that that has any connection at all. There are many medicines that can be prescribed for people of, an entire spectrum of different ages. It doesn't mean that someone else can also just have it because they want it, or because there's something that they want to go through that maybe other professionals will say, oh yeah, they can do this, as we've talked to them and all those different things. It's not the same thing. So I don't think was pointed out in that video. But that seems pretty logical to me, that just because someone can get it doesn't mean that everyone should be able to get it if you don't have a specific situation, because that's what they're for. They're for very specific situations. And they're not saying get rid of them entirely, just only for adults for transitioning. And I think that's a really important distinction to make.
Yeah, well, once you're an adult, you don't need puberty blockers because you've already.
Yeah, I believe that's the case. Bjorn is joining us over on stereo, and he probably can throw more information onto that front if we can get him up as a speaker. But puberty is not just when you're an adult. So if we're talking about an adult in the United States, 18, puberty can be different from person to person, and puberty can be a spectrum. So I wouldn't be surprised if somehow there was a reason to give puberty blockers to someone who is legally an adult. But generally, I think you're right, is by the time you're a senior in high school here in the United States, what's done is done. And then you get into hormone treatments and maybe surgery. I think generally that's the case.
Yeah. Yeah. My son wouldn't be allowed to get testosterone without parental permission until he was 16. That's regardless. But then you have to be assessed first before you can go ahead with that.
And once again, as we heard from you many times on the show, and we appreciate those personal stories of you and your son, it's a very different system here. So the things that you both needed to participate in and get different certifications and stuff, sometimes they don't even exist over here. And if they do, I think there's less of a system involved. All 50 states are going to be different, but sometimes there's not necessarily, from what I understand, a checklist. It's just sort of they figure it out on a case by case basis. So let's reset. It's News Debate. I am Lee. Better Call Saul, really appreciate you giving us your thoughts. Once again, unfortunately, your internet connection is dragging a bit and it's becoming a little difficult to understand you at all times. So if anything changes on your end, I think you were saying you didn't have power or something like that, and so you're on your mobile data. I guess that's not something that you're going to be able to change. But if you want to have a larger voice on the show and you want to join us as a co-host, be like Frankie J, be like Shannon, be like Patrice and Bjorn and a bunch of other people, and support the show for just a few bucks a month over on patreon.com/NEWZ debate. Really appreciate everybody who does support the show on Patreon. Because of increased support I've had recently, I'm going to do a lot of shows over this month of December. And also, I guess it doesn't work for Better Call Saul because you're over in Ireland and we kind of difficult to call. But if you wanted to, or if you wanted to send a text message, 323-250-0867. I take text messages, and I also take voice messages during the show as well as after or / before a show, if that is easier for people to give their opinions through that method. Oh, hey, Bjorn sent me a text message. He says there's a problem over on stereo. Well, thank you for letting me know that. I might restart the show. One second here. All right. There's one thing I can do with stereo. Give me a moment and I'm going to see if that will fix the problem. Otherwise, maybe we'll just end the show. I'm not sure why there's a bunch of echo over on stereo, but thank you for letting me know that. I'm just going to play my happy background music for a second. Okay, I think that may have fixed stereo. Let me know, Bjorn, via text message if, yes, you say you think that fixed it. I'm not sure what that was. I basically unplugged it and plugged it back in, so glad that that worked. And then he sent something here that we can hopefully read to provide some context about the discussion we were just having. Oh, yes, okay, so it's about puberty blockers. So I'm going to share this. This is from ohsu.edu. Puberty blockers are medications to stop changes from the puberty you were born with, or genetic puberty. Christ. These changes make you look physically male or female. For example, they can make your breasts, testicles, and penis stop growing larger. Testicles might get smaller. Puberty blockers do not stop all the changes of puberty. They don't help with acne or stop armpit hair from growing. They also will not reverse changes that already happened. If you start taking them late in puberty, the earlier changes will not disappear. Going through puberty that does not match your gender identity may cause stress or concern. This can be severe for some people. Taking puberty blockers can stop the process. This can give you time to think about making more permanent decisions about your body. We sometimes say that taking these medications is like pushing the pause button on puberty. If you use puberty blockers early in puberty, you may need less treatment or surgery later. Your body needs to start puberty before you can start taking medications to block it. They will not work before then. Your doctor might want to check that puberty has started. They might examine you and do a blood test to measure your hormone levels. It might take several months for puberty blockers to start working. It depends on you and your body. Puberty blockers do not cause permanent changes to the body, according to this, but as Bjorn knows, we've discussed previously, there's more data showing that that is likely not the case. The amount of permanent repercussions of using using puberty blockers may be low, but to say that does not cause any sort of repercussion or permanent changes, I don't think is factually correct anymore based on the conversations we've had. And you can stop taking them at any time. If you decide to stop taking puberty blockers and did not take hormone therapy, your body will go back to the puberty that had already started. You might feel some pain when you get the injection. The US FDA approved puberty blockers in 1993. They were originally approved to temporarily stop puberty in children who were going through it too early. Researchers have not finished studying how safe puberty blockers are in the long term, so there might be some risks that doctors do not yet know about. Using puberty blockers can make your bones weaker while you are taking them. Blockers alone should not affect your ability to have a baby in the future. However, taking estrogen or testosterone can affect it. Puberty blockers can affect your mental health. And this is really, really useful, Bjorn. Thank you for this. I'm going to save this for future discussions. Really appreciate that. It's News Debate on me. And thanks for letting me know there was weird echo on stereo. I'm not sure what that was, but I'm glad it's cleared up. Shannon, I appreciate it. You have been waiting very patiently. What's on your mind?
Do you know what the bill actually says? Is it just for gender can't get it out of my mouth. Trans kids, or are they saying all kids cannot get hormone blockers under 18?
I believe
that I have a
based
problem
on
with,
the video that we just played, it is specifically for the use to assist with transitioning for non-adults.
But is that how the bill is written? Not what their lawyers presenting it as. Is that how it's written?
That's what the Supreme Court was discussing. So I believe so. I can't tell you that specifically, but I believe that's the case.
Yeah, I was trying to look up the actual bill. I couldn't find the actual bill. The only thing that makes me question it is one of the Supreme Court justices came out and said puberty blocker can be used for other things than gender dysmorphia. And that got me questioning, because I started on birth control at 9 for
Sorry,
and I can tell you that saved my life.
At 9 for what? That's early.
Endometriosis. It female, when you get your female, when the period starts to, you grow growths on the outside of your uterus and ovaries, which causes pressure pushing against your abdomen, more cramping and more pain.
Okay, so
yeah, I had
needed birth control as a 9-year-old.
Yes, I mean, the youngest person to ever have a child was a 5-year-old, so I could see the reason for that as well. But
yeah, I wasn't going to go there, but I was like, well, Shannon was a popular 9-year-old. Bjorn has texted me at 323-250-0867, says, yes, you can use them for precocious puberty, which is like early puberty, I believe. So nothing the Supreme Court is considering or would decide would block hormones and puberty blockers in general. It would just be that minors cannot have them specifically for trans issues until they're adults.
Okay, yeah, the way the justice had phrased when they were putting out the response to it made me think it was all puberty blockers for everyone under 18, because they specifically mentioned endometriosis, cancer. I'll see if I can find the article for you, but so you can see what I'm talking about. But yeah, that's the. I mean, I can see puberty blockers for other reasons than just gender dysmorphia. So I would have a big problem if it was for everyone. I mean, like a pill. Not having
So
anyone in my
I
family.
wonder if it's one second. I wonder if it's me, because I'm also having a hard time hearing you right now. You're going in and out, and I doubt that you're also having a
I could
power
hear
issue.
Sal. No, I could hear Sal just fine.
Well, no, it's not that, because I mean, I'm listening to a phone, so definitely words are missing. But my point is that maybe it's my internet connection. So I'm going to try to figure that out. So you just keep talking, Shannon. I'm not going to be able to jump in. But yes, please continue what you were discussing.
What I was discussing. Yeah, no, that would be the only reason why. I mean, I could see it for a ton of different other uses besides gender dysmorphia. And if they're saying it's just for that one specific condition, I don't know if they can they single out a position like that? I mean, I don't know if they could, if the.
Well, once again, I guess I
state
will
could-
break my rule and say I'm jumping in. In the video we played, was it
Yeah.
Keegan? One of the female justices specifically said the same thing, says, how can we say it's available for this, but not available for that? And I would argue that's what the government does. I think specifically the FDA, but the government says a medication is not for everyone. A medication is for this. A medication is for that. And as Bjorn has mentioned, doctors will sometimes use medications for things that are not explicitly outlined as approved uses, and that can be very common. But I'm sure that that is more and less common depending on the medicine we're speaking of. So the government does do that. That's what the government does.
Yeah, but not for a recommended practice from the AMA. I mean, from the American Medical Association. They're not
The
saying
American
like
Medical Association has no jurisdiction. It's the government. It's the FDA.
no. I mean, they're the ones that classify what a disease is, or I don't mean to call gender dysmorphia a disease. Sorry, I just
Wow,
they're the ones that
2024,
say,
everybody. Say goodbye to Shannon.
I didn't mean that.
She didn't make it through 2024.
You can cancel me, Saul. I'm sorry. The better call Sal, not Saul. God, Lee, you got me on that now. Completely lost my train of thought. Yeah, but they're the ones that are saying what's the recommended procedure drugs for a condition, whether it be what they recommend for bipolar people or for MS or dementia, or they're the ones that put in that say drugs, and this is what we recommend doing, our steps. I mean, can the government really say no AMA, you're wrong? I mean,
once again, they literally do
medical
that.
diagnosis.
The AMA
I
does not decide
you're
what
saying.
medication is used for. They can come up with their own definitions and reasons and things like that, but they are not a
like
body
treatment
that
plans.
decides that.
Well, the divisions of it, do they devise the treatment plans for, or the
I'm going to say this
recommended
one more
treatment
time.
plans?
I don't know what else to tell you, is that they do not have legal jurisdiction to approve drugs and to tell doctors what they can be used for.
Well, they're the ones giving the recommendations to the FDA on what to do, right? Because the FDA is doing the scientific trials, but the doctors are doing the scientific trials first, saying, hey, this works for X. And then it goes to the FDA for approval.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of things that give input to the FDA. Name, a bazillion different things, and I'm sure that's one of them. Yeah, absolutely. But once again, they don't decide things. They just give their input, and they can disagree. And once again, as Bjorn has pointed out, doctors can kind of prescribe medicine as they see fit until there's specific rules that say that they don't. So I think it's more like, depending on Bjorn, text me and let me know if I'm wrong on this. I think if you look at certain types of drugs, no one's going to be carrying. And as long as they use them in certain types of ways, like, okay, no one's paying attention. Whether or not it's right or wrong, it's just sort of allowed. But for certain things, it's a very different case. And especially if a state or the Supreme Court says you cannot do it, then that's a different conversation.
True. I mean, I think they're going to go with Tennessee anyways, but I guess we'll see. They're doing that on Monday, or are they on holiday, Lee?
Oh, no, I thought it was going to take longer than that. I think it'll take a little bit more. I don't recall the exact date. I don't think they're going to let us know this anytime soon. Bjorn has texted me at 323-250-0867. Yes, unless there is a specific law against it, doctors can prescribe how they want. So once a drug is approved for human use by the FDA, I think generally the doctors just kind of prescribe it. And then, as we discussed yesterday, it's a problem with you and your insurance, or you paying out of pocket for it. But if there's a specific law against it, that is not the case.
Okay. Patrice has her hand up now for you. Lee.
Yes, thank you. Patrice, if you want to continue, and Frankie and Apostate Nate, if you want to jump in, I'm still trying to figure out this Wi-Fi thing. I know I said I would not jump in, and I'm full of shit. I'm like Joe Biden, everybody. I say I will or won't do things, and I do anything. Patrice, you jump in. Let's continue the healthy dialogue. I have multiple Wi-Fi networks in my home, like I think most people do. And usually the way I have it set up is the way I've tested it to work. It doesn't seem to be working as well right now as designed. So I'm trying to jump on another one, but it's a different password. And I'm doing all of that now with my 2 thumbs and 8 fingers. So Patrice, you take it over and you give us a healthy hot take. Patrice, I do not hear you. I think you're still muted.
I apologize. Okay, so Shannon, I'm looking at the Tennessee case with the Supreme Court. So seeing is the wording is a minor to identify with as purported identity inconsistent with the minor's sex, or to treat purported discomfort. This is the part.
I joined a new Wi-Fi network, so I reset Twitter and I'm joining back now.
One of her statements is that it is up to the court to protect minors. So that's pretty big there.
Patrice, my apologies. I've just jumped to another Wi-Fi network, and I missed
Okay.
all of that. So can you go back to I have the text the Tennessee law here and then just start over? I think I
Mhm.
fixed the Wi-Fi issue, but we missed
Yeah.
all of that.
Okay. Okay. So, um, it's Tennessee Senate Bill 1, SB 1, which prohibits all. Now, this is the question presented to the court. This is the question that they're going to be answering, which prohibits all medical treatments intended to allow a minor to identify with or live as a purported identity inconsistent with the minor's sex, or to treat purported discomfort from a discordance. That's key right there, between the minor's sex and asserted identity. So, and then so I don't know if you missed this part, but sort of or said that it is the court's uh the court has it's their role to protect um the rights and lack of discrimination for minors. So, and then they're talking about it's 1% or less of the population. And, and then, well, there's a lot in between, but so this is going to move all of this controversy with the other issues of um, transgender transitioning and move into the adult category of it. So it sounds like they're starting with the minors because some of these kids are very, very young. Then it'll slowly move into um, the adults, but they're starting with the minors,
I don't
which I
think that's
agree. Yeah,
a
I think they should be.
reasonable extrapolation at all. I mean, in the United States, we do not tell adults what medication they cannot have. I think this is entirely about children.
Yeah, I'm just saying in the article, they say it's going to move into what adults can and cannot do
Oh, I'm sorry.
with it with
Clearly I am all thumbs right now because I was jumping between Wi-Fi networks. I thought you were reading from
it's
like a
okay.
bill. So okay, if the article says that, I think the
No.
article is bullshit, but that's the article. It's not you. Okay. And then really quickly, Bjorn
Yeah.
has said if there is not a specific law against it, docs can prescribe a drug kind of how they see fits. It doesn't have to align with a specific use case. But then he says if the doctor's prescribing pattern is deemed to be unsafe, so I guess if people are questioning how they're prescribing things, a medical board can revoke their license. And then he says some crazy doctors can do something really weird and they can discover new ways to use drugs. So they can discover basically new treatments. And so there's a lot of leeway. And he writes it Lee like my name, leeway. That's well done, Bjorn. Appreciate that. He's joining us over on stereo, but he can't jump in with his voice. So I really appreciate you sending text messages to my phone line, 323-250-0867. You can send text messages or leave voice messages during the show. Patrice, back to you. I appreciate it.
That's all I had. I just well, on that one. I have all the cases here. And Shannon goes through the well, for December I'm showing these cases all go through December 11th. They started on the 2nd. So there's some pretty good ones. I did not know when you are a reservist and you go to active, that some of that pay is less than what they're making at their regular jobs. I didn't know that. They're
Say
going to
that
change
again.
that, hopefully.
If you go from active to reservist or reservist to active.
Yes, reservist to active, that the pay for whatever level you're at can be less than their regular jobs that they go to every day.
Well, of
And then they,
course,
they leave.
if you're a private citizen who has a job, that could be any amount of money you have available to you based on your skills and your negotiating ability. And then if you go from reservist to active, of course, that's not always going to be a good move financially. Is that surprising?
No, kind of, when I read it, it was. Maybe I just never really thought of it that way.
I mean, just
They
think of
went
all
for
the different
active
jobs you could have, and then if you become an
private,
active duty
yeah.
troop, if you become an active duty member of the military from a reservist role, there's no reason to think that that's automatically more money. I think for the vast majority of people, it is.
Probably. I'm not so sure. I got to think about that one.
Your
It's
average
like jury
person
duty,
is
but longer.
They don't want to lose any money, I guess. And
but
I don't know. Aren't they
your average person
usually?
is going to get out of the military pretty quickly if there is a substantial difference between the amount of money they're being paid by the government versus what they can make in the private sector. Not that you can just
Yes.
quit, but they're certainly not going to stay very long. So what I've said previously, I think, makes sense here. You have certainly the people who want to serve their country and they want to do it and they'll do it. And maybe some of these details don't make sense. You have people who like combat. I mean, there are people out there who like killing people. They get a rush from it. And I think the vast majority of people are neither of those. They're I don't have a lot of options. Maybe I'm patriotic, maybe I'm not, but I do it because it's the best gig I can get. And those people are not losing money if they go from reservist to active duty because they probably wouldn't be in the military in the first place.
Yeah, I was thinking of it as Shannon probably knows more about this than I do, but like their training, they go to train, the training, 2 weeks a year or something, not actually called up to, but I think that's considered active when
No,
they go to
active duty is when you are active duty. If you're a reservist or a National Guard, just because you go to training does not make you active duty. No. But you can look up some of those
okay.
details and figure that out. If I'm wrong, let's have Glenn join us now. I appreciate it. Glenn was waiting patiently. He left. I sent him a message like, come back. We'll get you on the show. So, Glenn, I forget which specific topic you wanted to throw in on, but what did you want to say? Oh, shit. And did Glenn just drop now? No, he's still here. Nope. No, he dropped. Son of a bitch. Everything's going perfectly on today's show, as you can tell. Okay, well, we'll wait for Glenn to come back. Before we move on to another Supreme Court related topic, because there's a bunch of them, does anyone else have any specific things they want to add when it comes to trans issues in the Supreme Court or anything about anesthesia? That was not Supreme Court, but that was something we were also talking about at the top of the show. All right, once, twice, and thrice. So
sorry, Lee, I was
Shannon,
getting a news article. I couldn't find my button. I'm sorry to interrupt you. No, active National Guard, when they're on their 2-week training a year, they are active duty.
But they're only active duty during that training. They do not switch to active duty. They're still not active. They're just active at that time.
No, their pay gets changed to active duty pay.
Yeah.
During those 2 weeks a year.
The people that I know who are in the military and they're active duty, that is their job.
That's very different than the National Guard.
So they are not to active duty. They're just getting active duty pay for the time that they're full-time soldiers during training.
Well, no, according to the National Guard, they get switched over to active duty. They are considered active duty for the 2 weeks or week. What 1 weekend a month and 2 weeks a year?
When they go back home, they're not active duty.
Right, they're no longer active duty. Right,
an active duty member of the military, that does not change anytime soon. That is your job, and you could be in the U.S., you could be on a ship, you could be abroad, but that is your job. That is what active duty 99% of the time means. Now, if you go to training, then okay, maybe they increase your pay. Maybe you're technically active duty for that time, but you are not an active duty member of the military.
Right, you're not being deployed to anywhere. You're going to wherever
you can be active duty and be based on a military base.
Well, no, on the U.S. Yes. Well, you're still deployed though. You can't leave the base when you want. You can't if you're full duty.
Yeah, I mean, if you're National Guard, you have another job, or you're a homemaker, whatever it is, and then you do your weekends and you do your trainings. That's not active duty. I mean, sure, maybe when you're doing it for an extended amount of time, they call you active duty, but you're not active duty.
They call you active duty, but you're not active duty. Love your reasoning, Lee.
This is like when Frankie was like, "Hey, Lee, Josh Allen threw himself a touchdown pass," and I'm like, "I saw that game. He didn't throw himself a touchdown pass." And then, of course, in the article, Josh Allen throws himself a touchdown pass, and then it says it is considered. It is written down that he threw himself a touchdown pass, even though clearly he threw it to a teammate and then they lateraled it back to him and he ran into. So once again, if they say he threw himself a touchdown pass, that's great, but he obviously did not. And if you are called,
that'd be amazing duty, though if he did.
If he did, you know what? I think that has happened though. Someone has thrown the ball and then it was deflected, and then no one had control over it, and then they caught it. That is the closest thing you could do to throwing yourself a pass. But someone caught the ball and they just lateraled it back to him. So I would say the spirit of throwing yourself a pass, false. But technically, if that's how the NFL chops it up, okay, fair enough. But he didn't throw himself a pass. So if you're a reservist, or if you're whatever, anything that you can consider that your full-time job is not the military, and you go on a training, okay, maybe the military for that time considers you active duty. But if you go around telling people that I'm an active duty member of the military, you are lying.
Sort of. I was saying, Patrice, I was trying to say before with the pay, I never thought of it as weird. I just thought of it as like a harder jury duty, because when you go to jury duty, you don't get paid anything close to what you're making for your job. But
okay,
you're serving your community.
Yeah. Screw jury duty. I just. Ugh.
I did jury duty, but I showed up and I sat in a room, and then they said all the cases had been resolved. I forget the exact terminology, and then the crowd, the group of us in the room just started applauding because we knew we could go home. But I actually was kind of like, you know what? I wanted to do the song and dance. I wanted to get into the room, and I wanted to have someone ask me questions, and I wanted to get chosen for a case. Like, I really wanted to go through that experience, and I've never been called back for jury duty. Has anyone done actual jury duty where you actually got a...
No.
Nobody?
No, well, I got
Lee wanted to
twice.
be the captain, the foreperson. Lee wants to be the foreperson. Captain.
I don't even need to be the captain. I just want to sit there and
about.
then, experience it. Life is all about experiences, whether or not you enjoy them. Frankie wants to go into surgery and be awake and watch it. I don't want to do that, but I would love to have one experience where the doctor is sewing me up or doing something, and I can sit there and look at it like, okay, because I know I don't like that and I never want to do it again. Maybe you don't like Polish food, but I want to have an experience of having a Polish meal. I just chose a random ethnic cuisine. yeah, I wanted to have that experience. And now I feel like I'm never going to get it again because I don't know, maybe I'll get another summons, but I got it some years ago and it just turned into nothing. Shannon has tweeted something. You will drill approximately 2 days a month with 2 weeks of annual training each year. You are considered to be. This is why I'm right. Just like with Josh Allen, I forget the exact wording. It said basically, it is considered that he threw himself a touchdown pass. It had a specific sentence that said, okay, we know he didn't throw himself a touchdown pass, but for the purpose of the NFL statistics, he has thrown himself a touchdown pass. It says right here, you are considered to be active duty, not you are active duty, because active duty means it's your job. And then it says you are paid accordingly. So if someone switches from a reservist role to an active duty role and that's their actual job, or if they're a reservist or they're National Guard and then they have to be considered, air quotes, active duty for 2 weeks, and that is less pay than their full-time job, then quit the National Guard. If you are in the National Guard for the money, you probably should not be in the National Guard. Now, I bet a lot of people are, but you need to realize that because America sucks, we will send our National Guard overseas to fight wars that are not declared by Congress. So I have very little sympathy for people who are in the National Guard and then they don't get paid as much money when they go on 2 weeks because they're signing up for it and they know what that means. I don't know specifically because I've never served in the military. I'll be completely honest, never have. Never really wanted to. But you need to look into the fine prints. And I don't know what kind of contract you sign when you join the National Guard, but if it's that big of a difference for your pay, I bet somehow you can maybe not be in the National Guard again. You certainly don't sign up for it again if that's the case. Just finish out your time. Anyone have any thoughts on this? I'm happy to wear the title of oil is my blood. Lee has no emotions, but this seems pretty clear cut to me.
Okay, well, I have the question right here that has been presented. So it seems to be on these cases, if you look at the question that is actually presented to the Supreme Court to rule on, it takes out a lot of the gobbledygook. So here's the question, which is different than what I was thinking. Okay, whether a federal civilian employee called or ordered to active duty under a provision of law during a national emergency is entitled to differential pay, even if the duty is not directly connected to the national emergency. So it sounds like this is not about, they're in the National Guard reserves and, but they work at the bank. But when they go to their weekend or 2-week training, they're getting paid just their reservist pay. And they want to be paid however much they're paid at the bank, which if you're arguing that, you're saying you get paid more by the bank. This, the way I'm reading it, the question that's actually presented is this is about the president declaring a national emergency. So I would think if that's happening, there's some sort of length of time happening. Are they going to be gone in real active duty, called up to real active duty, whether they're, I guess, deployed, because this says it doesn't, their job doesn't have to be directly connected to the national emergency. So we'll just say It just says active duty. It does not say deployed. So let's say they're called up to active duty for 8 months, a year, whatever. Then they are getting, for that length of time, they are getting their reservists. I guess if they're considered deployed or called up, or in a war, that would be a little bit more. We talked about that on a previous show. But if some of them do make a lot more and they're doing it for be a patriot to their country in their way, then that's a long time to go without a long time to go with much lower pay from the federal government.
Once
So
again,
that's
my
just
general response is don't be in the National Guard. But this is
right.
BloombergLaw.com. Reservist pay cut. Reservist pay case puts spotlight on financial cost of service. A U.S. Supreme Court fight over supplemental pay for federal workers who also serve in the military reserves could affect the private sector and national security. So this is talking about someone who's a federal employee. This is not just general people. So unless I was missing something with what you were discussing, which could likely be the case because I was switching Wi-Fi networks, this is a rather different situation than what I heard you describe. So a man named Nick is an air traffic controller. So he's a federal employee. He's also a Coast Guard reservist. And he says his agency must make up the difference between his civilian pay and the lesser amount he earned while called up to active duty. So because he's a federal employee and then he gets called up to active duty as a Coast Guard reservist. So a reservist is different than being in the National Guard. A reservist is like you're in the military, but you're like second tier. And so you're able to be called up, much more likely to be called up than someone who's in the National Guard, because before Iraq and Afghanistan, the National Guard was really not used in that way. And it sort of became like third level. So we had active duty, we had reserve, and then we had National Guard, and they all kind of got thrown into the same wars. But really, it should be active duty and then reservists who can then be put into active duty. But clearly, things went differently. So since he's a federal employee, he's an air traffic controller, when he was called into active duty with the Coast Guard, he said the Aviation Administration had to pay the difference between his Coast Guard pay and what he would have made with them. And I can still say, well, you shouldn't be in the reserves. But this is a very different situation than what I heard you describe. If it's about federal employees, it makes more sense to me, because you're going from I work for the government here to I work for the government here. And while it's very different branches of the government and it's really different jobs, it's still government employment, right? That makes a lot more sense than just saying someone who works for a
federal
bank.
to federal.
And so
Yes, that was just
I for someone who works in a bank, I would say, well, tough shit. You knew what you were getting into. And I would still kind of say that to people working for the feds in other ways, but it's different. So Bloomberg Law writes, federal agencies are legally required to provide differential pay for reservists activated during a war or national emergency. But there's a dispute of what during means. So this is all legalese. It's like, yeah, as a federal employee, we have to pay the difference when you're sent off to serve in the military. But what does that mean? Does it mean if there's a war? Does it mean if you're in the Coast Guard, clearly you're still in the U.S. And does it mean when you're on the boat? Does it mean when you're traveling? I mean, we don't have to get into the details here, but that's what it seems to be, is they're fighting what the definition of during means, and that could go in a bunch of different directions. So that's why it's important to make sure we know what we're discussing, what we're debating. But my tone has changed. If you are a federal worker and there's also on the book something that says that the pay difference has to be paid by your federal employments, and it's just a discussion of, well, what's the definition of during? Okay, well, that's a completely different discussion than what we were having previously, and I would err more towards the federal employee who wants more money than I would in the previous discussion. Frankie, your hand is up. I want to hear from you, and then Glenn is back with us. We'll go to Glenn afterwards, but Frankie, give us your perspective.
Again, it is very, very complicated, different branches, levels, whatever. But my take on it is this, and I'm going to use one of my municipality jobs as an example, okay? When I worked for a highway department, I worked obviously in Buffalo, New York. So what would happen is if I'm out during the day and it's bright and sunny and I'm doing mason work, I would be paid accordingly to that job title. Now, if for some chance a windstorm came through or a blizzard came through the next morning, I would then be labeled a driver or operator, which would increase my pay very heavily. You have to be paid according to what you're doing. So my take on the National Guard or the Reserves is this, is if you go the 2 weeks of training, you, from what I understand, and again, I'm not saying I'm an expert in this because I'm not. What I would think is that for those 2 weeks, you would be considered active duty. And here's why I think that. During that 2 weeks, if something was
Well, yeah,
to happen,
no one's debating that now.
no, like, well, wouldn't it be like if something during that 2 weeks happened, they would
But
already
Frankie,
be
again,
paid?
no one's
Oh,
debating that.
okay.
So you are
Oh, okay.
considered
Then I
active
was
duty,
misunderstanding.
and I don't think it's fair to call them active duty because once again, if you're considered this, you're not actually that. You're just lumped in for a certain amount of time or for
Yeah.
a certain reason. So
Yeah.
they're considered active duty, but they're not active duty troops. And that's not even what this debate is about. It's about federal employees who then become
Gotcha.
active duty. So it's just so many levels on top of levels. But like you were saying, you should be paid for the job you're doing. So if you're a city employee and you're out doing one type of job with a certain type of weather around you, and then the weather changes and it makes your job more difficult, or the weather changes so you have to do a different job, like you're doing snow removal instead of doing masonry work. The fact that someone's employment compensation might change makes perfect sense to me. So I agree with you on all those different things. Stay with us, Frankie. Glenn, you've been waiting patiently. Really appreciate it. What did you want to throw in? It may not be about this topic, but what did you want to throw in on?
I really don't remember. I guess no, I don't remember what I was going to say even. So,
well, you're in Canada. Is there anything you want to enlighten us with about hormones, puberty blockers, trans issues, or government pay or anything like that?
Like with the puberty blockers, absolutely no. Like if you want to make the decision when you're 18, do it. I mean, you can act like a boy, act like a girl, just like a girl, act like a girl, but you don't need taking puberty blockers before you're 18. My personal opinion. I mean, I know someone that's like a trans man, and like I didn't realize it was the same person that I had met when it was a female. But it turned out to suck. Anywho, but I was like, "Oh, you mean like that was the oh?" And I had one of those moments. But like, what was the flavored vapes? What's your title? That sounded interesting. What do you
Okay,
got for me?
so yeah, let's just sum up what you just said. So you agree with me and some other people on the show, and disagree with some other people on the show, and that's great. The disagreement is what makes the show fun. You would say, like I do, identify however you want to identify, and if you want people like in school or the governments to call you a different name, that's a different discussion. But I generally support that as a non-adult, as a child. But if you want something injected into you, like hormones, or if you want something injected into you that literally stops your biology in some ways, like puberty blockers, I'm really hesitant to just go ahead and say, "Yep, go ahead and do that," even if you've talked with psychologists and doctors and all these different things. But once you hit 18, I don't care. It's maybe somewhat different if you're 18 and you're still in high school because you're around a bunch of people who are not adults. But once you become an adult, I don't care. And for some people, that's cold, but I think that not only makes sense, it makes the situation better because we're not having arguments about, oh, think about the kids. Well, they're kids. So there's just some things they can't do. And we're not saying they can't identify how they want to identify, but we're saying there's just certain things they don't have on the table until they're 18. Okay, so Glenn and I were on the same front. I can introduce this vape situation. It's a Supreme Court case, and I am really passionate about this. Just like I was against making it 21 and older to smoke in the United States. If you can vote and if you're legally an adult, I think you should be able to choose to kill yourself with tobacco. And I would say even choose to kill yourself with alcohol. I would be fine with bringing it down from 21 to 18. Canada has national weed, and I think they're less uppity and uptight about tobacco and alcohol than we are. Except in Canada, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Glenn, in Canada, you guys have like pictures of diseased lungs on your cigarettes. Is that true, or am I making that up?
Oh, like our cigarette packs are absolutely grotesque.
Yeah, so
We
you
get
have like
pictures of.
weird, nasty stuff on them, and then
Oh
also
yeah,
in Canada, do you have to have the cigarette packages like blocked behind some sort of cover so you don't see them, and they have to grab behind it when you want to buy them to pull them out?
they've been flip flopping on that for like years. So every like couple years it goes back and forth.
Okay,
But yes,
so going
that can
back and
be a
forth,
thing.
but I think they do more of that than we do in the United States. What is it like in Canada when it comes to flavors for vape juice? Are you aware of any restrictions? Because that's what they're talking about in the US. I'll get to those exact details. I think I have a video. I certainly have some news stories. But what is it like in Canada if you want some watermelon flavored vape juice?
Well, at least where I am, and I mean like the drinking age varies, but where I am, you have to be 19 to smoke weed, smoke cigarettes, or drink or gamble. So it's just 19 across the board. And as far as vape juice, you have to be 19 to get it, and the flavors are unlimited. But they did ban the like little flavored cigarettes. They're called cigarellos, and they had those that were like grape and like
Okay.
strawberry flavored and shit.
So
And they
if I
banned those because
understand
they
you,
they're advertising to kids.
yeah, if I understand you correctly, you can get any vape flavor you want when you're 19 or older. But
Correct.
cigarellos, I think, are small cigars that often have like a cherry or a grape flavor, like you were saying, and they no longer
Yeah.
sell those. Is that what you said?
Those were banned because this our Supreme Court said that like it was advertising to kids to where like you're encouraging kids to smoke these strawberry flavored, highly addictive mini cigars.
So you
And
just
so
can't
those
find
got
those
banned.
anywhere now. They're just not for sale.
No, yeah, they're just not available in Canada.
Okay. So that's sort of like what vape juice could be, is that they would just take away all the fun flavors or flavors at all, and it would just be you vape something that has no flavor, but you get the nicotine. So what do you think about that? Um, you know, can you argue that flavors, whether or not they're directly marketed to kids, they're directly marketed to kids because kids like fun flavors. So you don't even have to have an advertisement that says, "Hey there, 15-year-old, do you want some nicotine? Look no further than watermelon vape," because they're going to like that anyways. What do you think about that argument?
Well, so I smoke Canadian cigarettes, which taste nothing like American cigarettes, and I quite like how my cigarette tastes. And I just don't want to smoke a vape at all. So I'm kind of leaning towards like I don't care. But at the same time, I like to smoke weed concentrates, and I quite appreciate a fake watermelon flavor or a fake strawberry flavor. So, like, I like flavored stuff, but I'd rather if I leave.
So if it's
I
something you're interested in, you'd rather have those flavors, and then otherwise you don't really seem to care. Is that the kind of the general idea?
Yeah, it's a very selfish opinion. It's like if it matters to what I'm
Well, it's
doing, I
honest.
care. But if it
It's
doesn't,
honest. Yeah, that's fine.
it's honest. Yeah.
Okay. So what we're going to do now is I have a video lined up from an Arizona television station talking about the Supreme Court, but they specifically interview a vape owner in Arizona, and he brings up some really good points. So that's why I chose this. Aside from the fact that I really like local TV as opposed to like national TV when we discuss these things, this video was chosen because it really does give a lot of cool perspectives. So we're going to hear that in a moment, and you can watch it over on twitch.tv/NEWZ debate or rumble.com/user/NEWZ debates. But before we do that, I have texted Bjorn. He's at an event with his family. And so I really appreciate he's listening to the show over on stereo. He let me know there was a weird echo, and I reset the connection so that everything's good over on stereo. He can't join with his voice, but he is texting me at 323-250-0867, where you can send text messages or also leave a voice message during the show. I asked him because we had this question earlier when we were talking about puberty blockers. Usually you think puberty blockers would be useful because puberty happens before you're an adult, or at least a lot of it happens before you're an adult, before you're 18. But I just kept thinking, is there any possibility that you would actually use puberty blockers in America as an adult, so 18 or older, once the Supreme Court has said minors can't have access to them regarding transgender issues? This is what he says. If somebody wanted to remain basically androgynous or like a gendered or non-binary, then they could remain and take puberty blockers forever if they wanted to accomplish that. This might be a voice to text. I'm trying to make sense of it here. Okay, so I guess the problem is that by the time you hit 18, if you were not allowed to have puberty blockers, a lot of damage, if you will, would have already been done, and it's not reversible with puberty blockers. But let's say you somehow got them as a minor. So you're getting them now, and then the Supreme Court says you can't have them anymore, but you just turned 18. What Bjorn has said makes me think that in theory you could keep taking them, and it would keep delaying any puberty that you've already delayed. It would just keep kicking that can down the road. You'd have to add some hormone treatment to shape your body in the way that you identified with. But if your goal is to just kind of stay androgynous, non-binary as he starts off, you could keep taking those as an adult. But things that have already developed, if you have not taken puberty blockers, they're not reversible. That's something that you would have to address in a different way, like through surgery, through hormones. Great. I think I got the gist of that, Bjorn. I tried to put it all together. I think I have accomplished that, but send me a text message if you think any of that was wrong. Okay, it's News Debate. I'm Lee. Really appreciate everybody participating in the show. We've been going almost 2 hours, but I am feeling good. We're going to keep going. This is a Supreme Court centered hot takes show. So we're trying to discuss things the Supreme Court is now deciding. It could be some previous decisions, could be ones that they're hearing about now. It could be another court, like we started off with Shannon in Connecticut. But let's try to stick to Supreme Courts, because I would like to do a show. I haven't scheduled them, but I would like to do a show tomorrow, the next day, the day after that. And I worry with so many daily shows, just doing hot take after hot take after hot take program, it might kind of stall out. So I'll either have like a general, hey, we're talking about abortion today, or we're talking about the death penalty, or we're doing hot takes related to this or related to that. I do that not to be a dick. I'm not trying to be a dick, everybody. I'm doing that because I want to kind of keep these shows different so that if I do a bunch of shows during the month of December, it doesn't get weird and pointless. So let's jump over here and hear from an ABC TV station in Arizona. They're going to tell us about what the Supreme Court is considering regarding vape flavors. Why this is an issue, basically because they're popular with kids. What people who sell these vape flavors think about a possible Supreme Court decision preventing them from doing so. And also questions of, is vaping safer, not safe, but is vapor safer than smoking cigarettes traditionally? Let's hear from, is it ABC 50? It's an ABC TV station in Arizona. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. And let me reset this. Sometimes every once in a while, can't hear it, and we got to reset it. Let's see if we can get it to work now. All right, let's try her this way.
The future of vaping is very much up in the air, and that centers on a Supreme Court case between the FDA and vaping companies.
My favorite is actually one of our house blends. It's going to be our Cali Breeze.
Those unique names are the flavors of vapes and are at the center of a Supreme Court case that could have major implications for the vaping industry.
We've been in this strenuous position for 5 years of never knowing if you're going to be in business in 6 months, right? And that's all because of the FDA's lack of clear guidelines on this process.
Let me get the banana melon.
The banana melons. I love that one.
I'll give it a shot.
So the FDA is saying we've put out clear guidelines. Anything that looks like it's targeted towards children, we are not going to accept. The vaping industry is saying, look, that's not true. You're allowing tobacco companies to sell some of these products that are clearly targeted at children.
John Paul, owner of Red Star Vapor, only sells to people 21 and over, even though 18 is the minimum age in Arizona. He says this goes beyond flavors, adding many of his customers use vaping to quit smoking.
These products have helped millions of adults off of cigarettes. Hopefully the Supreme Court sees that and it's argued.
He says they still sell flavored vapes because while they're not approved, their applications are pending.
You know, I think there's two schools of thought, right? I mean, if I was, their attorney probably looks at the law and says, look, you haven't been denied. You have a pending appeal. You're free to sell this thing. It's totally legal. If somebody from the DOJ looked at that, they might say, no, you've been denied. Your pending appeal doesn't give you the ability to still make an illegal sale.
The FDA claims those flavors target kids. In 2021, Arizona's Attorney General at the time reached a multi-million-dollar settlement with Juul over that very issue, and something school districts, including Mesa, have been fighting for years, even implementing vape detectors.
I can't remember the last time we actually caught somebody with real cigarettes or marijuana on them. It's almost always vape now. So it's either vape with THC or just vape with nicotine. So vaping is definitely taken over, and it seems like every year it's worse and worse.
A Supreme Court decision isn't expected until next summer. Another Trump administration could play a role too, with Trump saying recently he'll, quote, save vaping again. For the ABC 15 political team, I'm Ben Brown.
All right, it's News Debate. I am Lee. Thank you, Ben Brown. It's that personal touch. So I also have another video from Newsmax that gives us kind of a general feel for what's going on, but I really like that hyper focus. I think they said Mesa in Arizona. So some things that stood out to me, and I also have some complimentary news stories rather that I can read. to fill in some of the blanks. Well, actually, why don't I do that now just to fill in a few of the blanks? But I wrote down a few points that I wanted to come back to from the video that I think are really, really important. The Supreme Court recently examined the U.S. Food and Drug Administration's refusal to let two e-cigarette companies sell flavored vape products that regulators consider a health risk to youths, while the lawyer for the businesses suggested President-elect Donald Trump could steer a different course. So the FDA under outgoing President Joe Biden has supported, this is confusing, a lower court's decision. No, okay, never mind. I'm just going to read what it says. The justices recently heard arguments in an appeal filed by the FDA under outgoing Democratic President Joe Biden's administration. So they're appealing a lower court's decision that said the agency, the FDA, had failed to follow proper legal procedures under federal law when it rejected the applications to sell these nicotine-containing products. So in the video we just watched, it talked about how people trying to sell them are appealing decisions, but the FDA is actually appealing a lower court's decision that said it didn't follow proper legal procedures when it said they couldn't sell these things. Once again, Trump's return could prompt a shift in the government's approach to flavored vape products. During his campaign, we saw a screenshot of this in the video. Trump vowed to save vaping. That came, however, despite having supported a ban on flavored vaping products during his first presidential administration. And as you might remember, Donald Trump signed into law in his first administration, his first time in the White House, mandatory 21 and over to get cigarettes anywhere in the United States. Some local municipalities, some states had already gone in that direction, but he made it mandatory across the entire country. E-cigarettes of various flavors are still easily available despite, I guess, technically being illegal right now. And this goes back to the video we just heard. They filed appeals and they would say it's legal because we're appealing. But as we heard from that expert, maybe the government would say, no, it's illegal and you're appealing that, but it doesn't change that technically right now it's illegal. So it's sort of like state marijuana. It's still illegal federally everywhere, but the government has really kind of stopped enforcing that. I think the last enforcement came from Obama, who was really bad to states that were trying to sell marijuana to people. You don't hear Democrats talk about it much, but Obama was no friend of marijuana, despite smoking it a lot, apparently, as a youth. And I guess e-cigarette flavors are sort of in that in-between now. It doesn't look like the government's shutting people down, but technically, I guess it is not allowed. Some of the actual cases that the Supreme Court is looking at now included flavors like sour grape, pink lemonade, creme brulee, with names like Jimmy the Juice Man, Peachy Strawberry, and Suicide Bunny Mother's Milk and Cookies. That one sounds weird. Critics say that these names are designed to appeal to minors. An FDA rule that took effect in 2016 under Obama deemed e-cigarettes to be tobacco products that, like traditional cigarettes, are subject to agency review under a 2009 federal law called the Tobacco Control Act. That law requires manufacturers to apply for authorization. And so when some of these flavors were applied for, they were denied. as were hundreds of others by various companies, involving more than 1 million flavored vape products. To secure approval, companies must show their product would be appropriate for the protection of the public health, meaning any health benefits like not smoking cigarettes because you can switch to generally less harmful vaping must outweigh the risks of bringing the new product to the market. And they're saying that even though there is a benefit that people are not smoking cigarettes as much anymore, some people are just starting vaping when they didn't smoke cigarettes. And a lot of kids are just vaping, even though they didn't smoke cigarettes beforehand, which they shouldn't be doing anyways, but they're just vaping. And with names like Suicide Bunny, Mother's Milk, and Cookies, I can sort of understand that argument. But I think the better approach is just say, let's not have stupid names. Maybe that's a better approach. I don't know. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. So I know Patrice's hand is up, so let's go check in with her. But the questions I have is something targeting children just because it's a flavor that children will like, or just because it's a name that children might think is fun or funny. Vaping does help people engage in less harmful to their health activities compared to smoking cigarettes. It also helps people stop smoking cigarettes and eventually stop vaping as well. Does that matter? As in, there would be less of that if people couldn't smoke fun flavors. There'd be less people leaving cigarettes if they could go to only flavorless vape options. Because cigarettes still have lots of different, I mean, menthol's the big one, but there are different cigarette flavors, and especially if you just buy tobacco, oh man, and you roll your own, there's a lot of different pipe tobacco, there's a lot of different flavors. So it's allowed with cigarettes, but they don't want it with vape. So if we just say vape has to be flavorless, you're going to lose that benefit of people actually stop smoking cigarettes. And as we just heard from, I think, a superintendent or a principal in a school district in Arizona, does it matter that something that should not be sold to children, that children cannot legally buy, is showing up in classrooms in Arizona every day? If we take out vape and say beer, the principal says, oh, we used to catch kids with cigarettes or marijuana, and all we catch them with now is beer. Over and over again, all the kids are bringing in beer. Would we get rid of beer? Of course not. We would probably say, who's selling these kids beer? So does it make sense to say, well, there's a bunch of fun flavors of vapes showing up in schools all over Arizona? That was an Arizona-specific TV station. Therefore, we have to stop selling that? Okay, maybe that's what you support, but would it make more sense to say, well, let's stop selling that to kids? So those are the questions that I have. Patrice, thank you for waiting very patiently. Your hand is up, and I think I saw Shannon's hand go up a while ago too. But Patrice, take it away.
So it's the Fifth Circuit that set aside the FDA's denial orders as arbitrary and capricious, relying on legal theories that have been rejected by the Court of Appeals that have reviewed materially similar FDA denial orders. So with the marketing, it's all about the marketing, attracting the kids to these flavors. That's what it sounds like to me. It's all about
I didn't get that. I got that it was the marketing but it was also just the product itself.
Well, yes, protection of public health. But really, I don't know. I think we're talking about a lot of minors here, just, embedded in all of it. I don't know. So, it's like the FDA wants to stop all the marketing.
But
And
that's
all these
not
companies,
what they want to do. The FDA says they can't sell it. That's their position.
well, selling that, yes. Right. I'm sorry. In the selling of it.
They certainly don't
And
like the
I,
marketing, like that weird name that I just mentioned. It was like Suicide Bunny Cherry or something dumb like that.
yeah.
They clearly have a problem with that name, and I don't think that's absurd to say, well, maybe we could just call it Cherry. But
That's
really,
what I'm thinking.
from what I understand and what I saw in the video and what I've read, I think it's just the product itself. And that was my question: is if you have a product that children are going to like, so it's sweet, it's sugary, okay? Does that just by itself, in and of itself, does that mean that it's targeting children? Because that's the problem, is they say you can't sell this because it's targeting children. And it's more than just the marketing, it's literally the product itself. Are we okay with that definition? Does that lead to a very slippery slope, or is it a good idea for, so many reasons? We could talk about kids vaping. What do you think, Patrice?
Well, when you get into those kinds of names, and the taste of it, you're going to be targeting it, I would think, more minors, more children.
But I'm an adult and
With
I want to smoke that too. So you're not targeting minors. You're targeting people who like tasty things.
okay, but adult brains are really developed. So if, like you said, if they're saying, okay, I need I don't even know what, I've never even, I know nothing about vaping. I'll take the cherry cartridge. That and there's, I guess you're assuming it tastes like cherry pie. But then you have these names, these crazy names, and that has to be trending with these kids.
Yeah, but
You
you
know?
understand what you're
Oh yeah, go
saying
pick
are
up
two
so and
different
so.
things.
Crazy.
So I could advertise for sugary cereals during kids' television shows, and that is targeting kids. Or I could just sell sugary cereals in the grocery store. From what I understand, the FDA's arguments, any sugary cereals target kids because kids like them. I think that is defeatist. That means you can't have anything fun as an adult. So just making a product that kids will like is not targeting children. You very clearly could target kids with any product, but just selling products that kids like is not targeting kids. And if we're going to say that it is, just like just selling sugary cereals is targeting kids, well, I mean, like, where does it end? Is it just because it has nicotine? Is it just because it's addictive? Sugary cereals are addictive. Sugar is addictive. So, do you have a specific answer? Because I'm not hearing it. Should you be able to say something targets children just because they like it? That's the first thing. And if the answer is yes, should we just stop selling? Patrice, do you have a comment? Otherwise, we can move over to Shannon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I actually muted myself. Um, no, now that you put it that way, yes, I understand. And I think at one time those commercials targeting children was a big a big thing years ago. But anyway, what is the age? Is it 18 that you can legally buy vaping products?
I'm gonna have to look
I
this
mean,
up
are
because
these minors
cigarettes moved to
are the minors
21.
buying it legally?
No, of course they're not buying it legally, but minors
Okay, well, I
being
know
not an
nothing about it.
adult, and then being an adult doesn't mean you can drink. So let me try to look that up. Cigarettes are 21, but in that video, it made it sound like vaping was less than 21, but the owner only sells it to people who are 21 because he just wants to make sure he's not doing anything wrong. I'll go ahead and fact check that. But yes, anyone who's under 18, for sure, who has vape juice, a vape device with juice in it, has got that illegally. Just like imagine any young person with alcohol, they have that illegally. Now you can drink at home with your parents. We've talked about that on the show. So maybe you could vape at home with your parents, but that doesn't matter because we're talking about kids in schools. We're talking about kids going places and vaping, out in the street, which you can't even do with alcohol as an adult. So we have kids are
Yeah.
getting this. It's something that kids enjoy, just like adults enjoy it. Aside from names, that I agree, some of these names are stupid kid names. These are not being advertised for during kids' television shows, um, places that only kids hang out. These are just products that exist, just like cigarettes exist. And cigarettes, flavored tobacco, that's not going anywhere. So if we're talking about things that are fun and flavorful, that covers cereal, that covers cigarettes, that covers flavored tobacco, why would vape be any different? Well, kids are really vaping a lot now. So there's a perceived and real problem here. How we address that, I think, says a lot about our country. It says a lot about personal freedoms. I'm not saying good or bad, but it says a lot about personal freedoms. And it says a lot about what you can do as a business person in the United States for adults. So I would love to get people to choose a side. So, Patrice, do you have a side? Do you think that something should be defined as for kids just because kids like it? And if yes, should we be able to ban that product?
Well, as I'll speak on maybe the business side of it. They should be able to market and sell their products. Unless federally, vaping and the products, whatever is involved in it, because again, I know nothing about it, is federally banned or state banned in that state. They should be able to sell their products. I don't think that the FDA should. It kind of sounds like they just have this blanket. Um, It says based on just relying on legal theories that have been rejected by the Court of Appeals. So it sounds like the FDA is just trying to put a halt to the whole business. No, I don't agree with that. You know, I mean, alcohol is highly addictive. It's like the highest addictive drugs, and even opioids. You don't really um, die from withdrawal. Alcohol, you can die from withdrawal very easily. Actually, it's not that difficult. So, I guess the long and short of it, as a business, as you know, and you're going to have continuous marketing to sell your product. I mean, that's just business. So, I don't
But
know.
they're not even marketing these products though. Like they'll market them
But they're
online
applying.
if you go
Yeah.
places to buy them, or if you go into a store, sure they'll be marketing stuff up. But like, when's the last time you saw a vape commercial ever? I mean, they're not even advertising for these products.
No. Um, this sounds like it's just a one or none. Either the FDA is going to be able to continue to deny any of their new marketing strategies to sell their products and make money, or they're not. So they're in the business to make money. And to make money, you have to market in this type of business. So I don't know what they're going to do about the minors getting a hold of it, just like they do the alcohol. I understand it's bad for their health, but it's not affecting them, I don't think, like alcohol is, or weed.
Well, weed doesn't affect your health.
Um,
So weed is the best out of all of these. Alcohol certainly
well, I
affects your
mean, for
health
the
and it
kids to
affects
be in
your
school still.
ability. Yeah, sure. It affects your
Okay,
ability
ability.
to
Okay.
pay attention in class. But alcohol is horrible for you. Tobacco is horrible for you. So out of the four, weed, tobacco, weed, cigarettes, alcohol, and vape, I would say weed it's not bad for you at all in any way. Vape is the best of the remaining three, and then it's a toss up between alcohol and tobacco. We always said tobacco was really bad for you, but there's a lot of new data that shows that alcohol is just as bad for you, if not worse. There's no safe amount of alcohol. Any alcohol you drink is bad for your health. There may be some benefits that pop up, but it's just generally bad for your health. We've talked about it on the show. It's facts. I don't need to debate that. If you don't believe me, just go look it up. So then we get into
Well, the
I'm
teens
sorry.
are
Yeah.
going to get a hold of it. I'm sorry. Teenagers or minors are going to get a hold of anything they want to get a hold of. If they want it, they're going to find it. So I think penalizing these companies that put out the vape products, it's really not their problem. I mean, that's not their business, is if this is healthy or not. Their business is to sell this product. And if teens want something, whether it's products or anything else, if they want to watch porn, they're going to watch porn. If they
No, but
want to,
that's defeatist. That's defeatist on the other end. You have to actively try to stop children from watching pornography. You have to actively stop children from buying cigarettes, from buying alcohol, from buying vape. No, I can't agree with you there at all. In the US, certainly it's often difficult. The same thing with guns, not necessarily for children, but just for everybody. But to just say, well, they're going to get it anyways, like, then you can't have it. That's the opposite. You can't have anything nice. So they're getting it too much, then no one can have it. Well, that's defeatist. You can't do that. But then, well, they're always going to get it, so you can't do anything about it. That's the same problem, but on a different side of the spectrum. Patrice, stay with us. I want to check in with Shannon. She's been waiting patiently. We also have a message or two over on stereo. I have no transcript, so I'm not sure exactly what that is, but I'll try to play that. Frankie J has been sending me text messages over on 323-250-0867. He says, it's one addiction to the next. Better for you health-wise, but it is really an addiction and a health problem. Vaping is sometimes more way expensive than just buying a pack of smokes. That would depend on the person, and it would depend on how much vape juice versus cigarettes are in your area. I don't think generally that's the case, but okay, maybe for somebody. You say buying the vape pen, juices, coils, etc., batteries, it's quite a process at times. It's easier if you buy the ones that you reuse. It's like what would be an example? Buying a pouch of tobacco and rolling versus buying a bunch of cigarettes that come in a pack. One's more convenient, but one is cheaper. So if you buy an actual, it's going to last a really long time. Some of them are very large, and you could like beat someone to death with them. They're so well built. And yeah, you have to replace the coil or whatever. And maybe every once in a while a part goes bad, but you buy the device and you pour the juice in and you use it. That's like the cheapest vaping that you can do. If you buy single vapes, clearly that's going to be more expensive. And Frankie says you can say the same about alcohol. They have crazy different flavored booze that entices youth. So why not use that argument for alcohol? Exactly. Then you can't have any fun alcohol. But we don't do that for alcohol. We don't do that for cigarettes. We just do that for vape. I understand that vape is a real increasing long-term problem that we've been talking about for many years with youth, but it still doesn't change the fact that we're not treating it the same as the other vices, which I just don't think is fair. Frankie says, when I vaped, I only liked the fruity flavors. Yeah, I mean, if I was vaping, I would only want the really fun flavors that kids would like. I'm not a kid. I'm a human being. I think these are products that human beings will enjoy. Great. Okay, those are Frankie J's comments. Thanks, Frankie, for your joining us over on Twitter Spaces, but you can send me text messages at 323-250-0867. Shannon has been waiting patiently over on Twitter Spaces. What are your thoughts?
No, they'll come after my gummies or my edibles next if we ban flavored vapes. If they're saying it's because it's targeted at children. I mean, we did lose Joe Camel and Marlboro Miles because those were targeted at children, but not the cigarettes themselves.
Yeah, the marketing used to be able to open a magazine and there'd be tobacco ads. I've seen pictures of cigarette machines in hotels that you just put money in and like pressed a button and cigarettes came out. I think all of that stuff has gone the way of the dodo. But if you go to a gas station, you can get flavored tobacco.
Yeah, absolutely. I know there's certain states that have banned flavored tobacco. Massachusetts, I think, is one of them. So you can't get like I have clove cigarettes or unicorn milk is really good for a vape though. That's like a strawberry milk flavor, really good. As I get sidetracked, but yeah, no, I don't agree with it. It's not. You're right. They don't advertise, at least not like they used to advertise cigarettes or certain alcohols. Back, before we banned that stuff off TV, but. So all they're doing is just pushing a product. You just have to hold them responsible. I mean, people selling to underage people, but more than likely they're just stealing it from their parents.
I don't think they're stealing it from their parents. I think that kids are either having people buy it for them or they're going online and buying it when it's not being checked. I think it's easier to buy vape online than it is to buy tobacco or alcohol. I've never done it myself, but I assume that just seems logical to me. Yeah, I don't think that the principal who was talking about how they're just catching kids with vape all the time, I don't think it's because they're stealing it from their parents. Maybe someone is non-zero, likelihood that someone is,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I
yeah.
think they're getting it somehow. Also, really quickly, I just did a quick search. It's from publichealthlawcenter.org. Some states have restricted the sale of flavored tobacco products. I wonder if that means vape, because that could be a tobacco product, but it includes Maine, Maryland, Rhode Island, New York, Massachusetts, Utah, Mormons, in California. Frankie, your hand is up, and then I'll jump over to stereo and just roll the dice on these messages. I have no transcripts, so I'm not sure what they are addressing.
Yeah, real quick on the whole stealing from the parents thing. From personal experience, my friend caught his minor son smoking a cigarette and freaked out on him. And his son said the words, and I was there, "If you would just get me a vape pen, I wouldn't smoke." So his father went and got him a vape pen so he wouldn't smoke cigarettes. So there's a lot of parents out there that are in favor of it, believe it or not, to keep their kids off of cigarettes. So that's also a problem. It's really never been discussed. That's why I wanted to throw it at the wall and see what you guys think.
Also, really quickly, I am chatting with someone on Twitter named K Trans Girl and also Princess of Freedom, because you can have your @ handle as well as your displayed name. Among other things we're discussing is that I was being called out for not saying cis man or cis woman as opposed to biological man or biological woman. And my retort was, and always has been, I identify as a man. Do not tell me how I have to identify. That's the whole point of being trans. Again, just like, why are we treating vape different than traditional tobacco or alcohol or weed? Well, maybe we shouldn't. So why am I being called out for not using cis when that's a term that some people prefer? But I identify as a man, just like someone might identify as a woman, even though they're biologically a man. And they may prefer to be called a woman. They may prefer to be called a trans woman. And I am totally open to listening to what they prefer and trying to remember that as much as possible. I'm not perfect, so maybe I'll make a mistake. But that works for me too, especially when the vast majority of people identify as their biology. So it seems really ridiculous to me, call me crazy, that the vast majority of people have to change how they describe themselves because a very small minority of people don't feel comfortable unless you say cis. I don't have to say biological man. I don't identify as a biological man. I identify as a man. But if I'm having discussions, I don't have a problem with using biological man because that also fits into my identity. It's not my main identity. It's not my go-to identity, but it's part of my identity. And if that makes someone uncomfortable, my sincerest apologies, but I don't think it's the biggest thing, and I'm not going to change the way that I talk with this issue, especially in the United States when most people are not for letting trans people do whatever they want. It's very different than gay marriage and a bunch of other issues. The vast majority of people in the United States have very nuanced views on trans issues. So a lot of people think like me. And if someone says I'm offended, I'm sorry, but truthfully, I'm offended when you tell me that I'm a cis man. I don't say that because it's not a big deal to me, but the shoe can be on the other foot. And for people not to realize that is just absurd to me. But once again, it's not the biggest thing in my mind. I've been engaging with this person on Twitter, so I wanted to bring it up. I appreciate the communication. I offered to have them join us on Twitter Spaces for a couple of different reasons. They have said no thank you. And I said, okay, well, thanks for the dialogue. But I will die on this hill. I am not a cis man. I am a man. I'm a biological man, but my go-to is I'm a man. And when we're talking about biology, to distinguish people who are trans as biological this and trans that, I believe is not only scientific, but reasonable. Those are my beliefs. And if you believe differently, I'd love to hear from you on the show. Snooze Debate, I'm Lee. Really quickly, before we get to stereo, this is something that Bjorn sent me a while ago. This is from CNN. People using e-cigarettes to quit smoking found them to be less helpful than more traditional smoking cessation aids, according to a new study. So e-cigarettes, along with behavioral inventions, have been found to help smokers quit tobacco cigarettes. However, sometimes people go back to smoking after they quit, which is just generally with smoking. It's hard for people to quit. So it doesn't work for everybody every time. That can be also people who vape and quit smoking cigarettes versus people who just quit cold turkey, as we say. It appears are sometimes more likely to go back to cigarettes versus people who don't smoke anything at all. So imagine I smoke cigarettes and now I vape versus my friend smokes cigarettes and now he does nothing. According to some data, I'm more likely to go back to cigarettes because I'm vaping. So if you have any tobacco products, you're slightly more likely to go back to cigarettes. That makes sense. I don't think that's groundbreaking. There's also, I'll just kind of read this really quickly, but it's saying that if you chew gum, nicotine replacement aids like gum, or I guess like patches, one study, so not conclusive, but one study found that out of like patches and gum, vaping was less effective when it comes to quitting cigarettes. What also I think needs to be added here is that it's a lot more fun, I think, to vape than to chew gum or have a patch. So I don't know that someone is going to try gum or a patch or cold turkey. I mean, you could have a study that says, well, people who quit cold turkey versus people who vape are more likely to never smoke cigarettes again. But a lot of people cannot just stop smoking. So this is really nuanced, but it is important nonetheless. So Bjorn, I really appreciate you sending me this article. Speaking of articles, Apostate Nate, who's joining us over on Twitter Spaces, sent me an article from reason.com. Let me share this. Where the FDA defends its refusal to approve flavored vape juice. It says it's common to have concerns about teens using nicotine, but these concerns are also commonly exaggerated. And a 2024 National Youth Tobacco Survey showed that e-cigarettes are actually becoming increasingly unpopular with middle and high school students, despite sales of e-cigarettes increasing. So as more people are buying them, according to the 2024 National Youth Tobacco Survey, less middle school and high school students are using them. There's a lot more stuff here, but I think that's the most useful. It says the FDA's requirements to approve applications for flavored electronic cigarette products requires scientific studies and a bunch of other things, but this requirement contradicts data and years of the FDA's own guidance for the end of reducing an exaggerated epidemic of underage nicotine use. So I was talking with Nate on Twitter about how maybe Reason was not a great source, but okay. I listened to his pushback on that and I wanted to read it, but Reason is like a libertarian sort of publication. So I'm not going to fact check any of this, but this is what it says. All right, it's News Debate. I am Lee. Let's jump over to stereo. And over on stereo, yeah, well, like I said, we have no transcripts. So I'm just going to play some messages and maybe they'll make sense, maybe they won't. Let's hear from None over on stereo.
I hope it's okay. I don't know where you guys were, but I read about like one article about this, and I don't think like from what I read that the kids enjoy it, but it's that they're trying it like when they're in school. And then that means that once they become like older, they're concerned that some of these kids, like statistically, like there's a percentage, a certain number of them go on to be like smokers for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, I haven't read something like that specifically, None, but it does make sense. The problem with tobacco is that it's highly addictive. I think that a 14-year-old could have a couple of beers and they don't turn into an alcoholic. But if you give a 14-year-old several cigarettes, they could become addicted to smoking. That's the difference with tobacco. So if they start vaping, I think it's just as easy, if not easier, for them to become addicted, even if maybe some report somewhere says most kids that use vape are just experimenting with it. Well, I know this is a big escalation, but try experimenting with heroin and see how that goes for you, right? So yes, the problem is that even if kids are experimenting, I don't think they're going to turn it down if it's available to them after said experimentation. But even if you have a bunch of young kids who are addicted to vape, if they can't buy it, they won't use it. So I'm not confused. I understand why, because it's America and this is how our shitty country works. But I guess assuming people are logical, I'm confused why they're trying to shut down the vape industry rather than just really enforcing that you cannot buy it unless you're of age. And that means we hold the sellers accountable. We hold the buyers accountable. Oh, speaking of which, I looked this up because this was a question earlier in the show. From what I've found in the United States now, since the first Trump administration made it so, you cannot buy any tobacco products unless you're 21 or older. And that includes vape products because they are classified as tobacco products. So I don't think anyone can buy this when they're in high school, even if they're 18, just like they can't buy cigarettes, they can't buy alcohol. Everything is 21 now. And I think there's a real debate that can be had on whether or not that's a good idea. You're 18 and you can vote, but you're not really an adult until you're 21. That's kind of weird. But that's what the case appears to be. I'm older than 21, so it's hard for me to check that if I walk into a place and try to buy vape, but apparently that's what it is. So once again, we need to hold the retailers accountable. And yes, with the internet, maybe that's hard. But if kids were buying beer and having it sent to their house, we would do something about that. I think there's something that can be done rather than getting rid of flavored vape. Call me crazy. Let's jump back to stereo and hear more messages. This is Gabriel.
thing about vapes, the thing about vapes here in the UK, one, that they've never been truly tested, and two, the government is clamping down on vapes now, which is about time too, but it's too late because the thing is vapes leave long-lasting damage, and it's amazing how they actually work. My son took apart his mum's old vape and looked at it through a microscope, and he showed me a couple of key points. So I think vapes are just as bad as cigarettes, but there are some cigarettes you can get out there which are nicotine free, or are they truly nicotine free? That's the question, because the thing is, tobacco is taxed, vapes aren't. And the thing is vapes do more damage than tobacco and nicotine.
So, Gabriel, thanks for the perspective. Unfortunately, I think you're wrong about everything you said, but I appreciate your perspective. I'm trying to find some hard data now on testing that has been done on vape devices and vape juice before it is sold to prove that you're wrong. But this is not counting just like weird stuff that you buy on the internet. You know, if you buy some vape juice that's coming from China or wherever, maybe that's not tested and maybe that's not a good idea. But the idea that it's not tested before it's sold is just ludicrous. I don't know about the UK, but in the US, that's just ludicrous. And it's also ludicrous to say that vaping, once again, tested legitimate products, is worse or even the same as tobacco is equally as ludicrous. So, unfortunately, you're wrong about everything that you said, but I appreciate your perspective and I'd love to continue having a conversation with you. So, this is ChatGPT. So, you might not like that source, but it's just easier for me to ask a question like this than to try to track down a website. So, maybe this means nothing to you, but I'm going to share this over on twitch.tv/NEWC debate and also rumble.com/user/NEWC debates if you want to have the visuals. Otherwise, I'll just read it. Vaping devices have been tested for performance, how they heat the vape juice and produce aerosols, their chemical emissions, their battery safety. E-liquids, vape juice, have been tested for their chemical composition, including their nicotine levels, their flavoring agents, their toxic substances, their impact on health. The FDA has been testing them as they regulate them. There's also been academic and government-funded studies that have provided additional independent research. There are also international standards, countries, it says specifically, like the UK and Canada. So you're really wrong. Have stricter testing and regulations for vaping products compared to others, such as the US or some parts of Asia. Studies have talked about short and long-term health implications. Studies show vaping is likely less harmful than smoking cigarettes due to fewer toxins, but it's not harmless. But since vaping is relatively new, long-term health effects are still under investigation. Concerns include lung damage, cardiovascular risks, and nicotine addiction, which, by the way, are part of the many, many long-term health effects, negative health consequences of smoking cigarettes. So this is a really, really good example of just because someone says something and they sound reasonable, by no means does that mean that they're anywhere close to the truth. All right. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. Let's catch up on some other things. Bjorn has sent me something from the National Library of Medicine. I'm going to get this up and share it. Vaping doesn't keep young people from smoking cigarettes later. But some health experts say that focusing on the risk of addicting new smokers cuts off a chance to help adults quit. It's a preview, and then there's a bunch of other stuff, but I think it's worth discussing. I don't think young people are the target audience of vapes. Maybe in the past they were, but today I do not believe that they are. And if you look at the products themselves, I think that's pretty clear. They're stopping the products that are really small that you can hide in your hand from being sold. People who actually use vapes and go to stores and buy it regularly have these giant vape devices. Kids are not using those in schools. Aside from the fact that kids and adults both like fun flavors, I don't see there's any targeting of kids. So the fact that vaping doesn't keep young people from smoking cigarettes later, okay, that's too bad. But it does help adults. And if you get off of cigarettes and just vape for the rest of your life, that is better for your health. And maybe it would be better if you had a patch or chewed gum and quit tobacco altogether. Some people like tobacco. I know a lot of people who like vaping. So, a lot of these comparisons are apples to oranges at best. Then let's jump over here to Twitter. Got some more tweets. Maria, friend of the show, Maria says, I think this issue is light years behind the legal advertising of pharmaceuticals, which is only legal in New Zealand and the US. Way more societally toxic than flavored nicotine products. One thing about drugs is, even in my memory, I remember in the past you would see commercials for drugs and there would be very few mentions of negativity, side effects, or even just good advice like consult your doctor rather than thinking this is a miracle cure for you. And if you watch TV now, you see a lot of drug advertisements. Don't get me wrong, they suck. They're not fun. But every drug advertisement you see today has a ton of negativity and a ton of advice, to the point that most people probably don't even listen to it anymore because they've heard it so much. But that's a real change. So while it would be great to not have these sort of commercials, they're much better than they were. I guess that's the silver lining. Frankie, your hand is up over on Twitter Spaces.
Lee, I have to actually say the words, and I don't think I've ever said these words to you. I disagree with you fully. Vaping was originally targeted to the adult crowd who was trying to quit smoking. And I can tell you this, over 16 years ago, I remember walking through my local mall during the holidays, and a kiosk had popped up in the middle of the mall, and they were selling these cigarette looking things. They looked just like cigarettes that you would put different milligram cartridges in, and they only had two flavors, menthol or non menthol. And you had to be of age to purchase them because they did contain nicotine. But it was originally, before all this vape craze took over, originally targeted to people that wanted to quit smoking. It was not targeted to a young audience, or there was no crazy flavors or anything like that. They actually looked like cigarettes. They had little cartridges that you would buy monthly, and it was in different milligrams and either menthol or non-menthol. I'm not sure if anybody here in the space remembers that, but that's going over 16 years ago, because I got them for my mother, who was smoking like freaking 2 packs a day, and I tried to get her to use these things, and it really was just like a regular cigarette, but it wasn't the same. But that's really where vaping kind of started. So that's a fact. You can fact check that if you want.
Yeah, I don't even know how to fact check that, but the issue is that it doesn't matter because whatever the history is with vaping, and clearly in the past, they were selling those really small devices that were single use, so it created a lot of waste, and the kids could you know. I remember being outside one time in a crowd. I can't remember. I was at a big event, and there were people of all ages, and I saw a lot of young people, like, I don't know, looked like they were, like, playing with their mouths or just, like, always had their hands under their nose, and I didn't say anything to anybody. At one point, I was just like, to myself, "What's going on?" And then eventually I saw somebody had, like, a black, almost looked like a USB stick or something, and I'm like, "Oh, everyone's vaping." So, in the past, I think those were very commonplace. I think Juul, which was really the leader of these sort of devices, can't even sell those anymore. Whatever the case, I don't see those anymore like I used to, and that was a real problem. But that's the past. Just like cigarette companies for years and years and years, even though they knew that was not true. The cigarette companies have always known in modern history that cigarettes are horrible for you, and they denied it. They denied it. They denied it. Okay, that's history. It's interesting, but it doesn't matter because now you can't advertise cigarettes like anywhere, and you can't even call them lights anymore. They have colors. You used to call them lights or ultralights. Now they just have colors because you don't want to make someone think, oh, I'm smoking a light. This is a safer cigarette. And they're for adults. Can kids smoke them if they have access to them? Of course. But if you don't sell them to kids, the problem takes care of itself. And then it's just shitty adults who are giving cigarettes to kids, and it's not the retailer's fault. That's life. Why we don't do that with vapes, no matter what the history is, like I said, it's not confusing. I get why, but at the same time, it is confusing because we literally could just treat it the way we do alcohol or traditional cigarette tobacco or weed. And said, I don't want to outlaw flavored vapes because they're going to come after my weed gummies. That's the right mentality to have because they will. And in the United States, I've said it before, I want to live in a country where your average person does not have the right to own a gun. But that's not going to happen here. I want to live in a country that has national health care. That's not going to happen here. So since America is really shitty and it sucks to be American compared to being French or German or Finnish or whatever, you get more, you pay more, but you get more. And most Americans would be better off living in those countries. So unless you're filthy rich, what I encourage people to do in the United States is take advantage of what you have because you can't take advantage of what you don't have. So get into guns, own some guns because you can't do that in most other places. If you already use tobacco products, enjoy the selection that you have available to you because it's becoming more and more limited around the world. Have a big house, a big yard. I don't know. Do the things that we do in the United States because the things that you really need, you're not going to get. So let people sell flavored vape because we don't have health care. Let's at least distract ourselves with watermelon flavored greatness before we all get cancer. I hope that makes some sense. It's News Debate. I am Lee. I love that I'm getting all these text messages from people now. 323-250-0867. I originally envisioned it more of being voice messages, but I am getting a lot of text messages, and it's really fun. Frankie has just moved to a smaller community in New York State. He says, I have to find a place around here that has the mushroom gummies. Those are great fun. Yeah. Who doesn't like gummies? Apostate Nate makes a good point. Do you want to throw in here, Nate? Oh, it says you're a listener. If you want to request to speak on Twitter Spaces, you write, why is there the assumption that flavored vapes aren't designed for grown-ups? That's the logical fallacy here. It's very easy to call bullshit on the FDA and everybody else who wants to get rid of flavored vapes because they just want to get rid of flavored vapes. There is no connection to kids whatsoever other than some really stupid names that we discussed earlier. Kids like tasty things. You know who also likes tasty things? Mother effing adults who work all day long, and either when they're working or when they come home want to drown in some watermelon vape. Just like they want to get high, just like they want to smoke cigarettes, just like they want to drink alcohol. These are all things that kids would want to do too if we let them. So you can't sell candy because kids obviously like candy. And certainly there are some types of candy that are designed for kids. But is a Snickers bar designed for a kid? I would say hell no. A Snickers bar is more of an if I was 10, why would I eat Snickers out of all the options out there? But if you gave a 10-year-old a Snickers bar, I don't think they would be like, oh, please. There are so many things we're going to have to get rid of if we get rid of flavored vapes. I don't think it's going to happen overnight because I understand flavored vapes are a problem in schools. Snickers bars are not problems in schools. I'm not saying the sky is falling, but I think this is a danger. This is a real danger, especially in a country that errs so much does it err on the side of individual freedoms and the rights of business. This move does not make any sense for the US. If we are in Sweden, maybe this move makes sense, but we're not. If you give me health care and retirement benefits and a stable government and all these other things that most people in developed nations have, national weed like they do in Canada, I don't think I'll be so upset about losing flavored vapes. But once again, this is the context we find ourselves in. Frankie says watermelon bubble yum is the bomb. Sounds pretty good. I'm going to be honest. I don't vape, but I kind of want to vape that. There's a lot of conversation happening over on Twitter. Can't read it all, but I reply here and there. Apostate Nate tweets, I literally own Batmobile themed Crocs. How dare you? I am under no circumstances obligated to be a conventional grown up in the eyes of others. Adults like blueberry flavored stuff too. Absolutely. That's the problem here. You know, if they made rules that vape of all kinds could only come in an unmarked black or white container, and it just has to say the flavor and the brand, and you go into a vape store and it's just a bunch of boxes piled up and it says the flavor and the brand and there's no advertising anywhere, that's lame, but you can still buy the product. So I would kind of be for that. Just like cigarettes in many countries, they cover them up in diseased lungs and they have to have them behind a barrier, a physical barrier, so you don't see them, and they just pull them out. So you have to know exactly what you want to buy because you can't see any of the products. Okay, well, that might be overkill, but you can still buy the products. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about getting rid of flavored vape. I do appreciate the fact that no one seems to be making a huge push to just get rid of vape in general. But I think that would be next because for some reason, when vape is clearly less harmful for your health and has benefits attached to it, we are so anti-vape now. It's really confusing to me. I'm glad that that hasn't been happening with weed. Like everybody loves weed. Even some conservative states are moving more into weed. So I guess I would take weed over vape. But it's just weird that we're so anti-vape, even though the data shows that it's better than just traditional tobacco. Yet we're not really anti-weed. Every once in a while, we have a kid who gets into their parents' gummies and gets rushed to the ER, but weed doesn't hurt you. And the ER doctors are just like, well, you guys are shitty parents, but your kid's fine. So once again, not apples to oranges, but it just kind of boggles the mind that we're not treating vape like we treat so many other things. Frankie, your hand is up.
I have to say, I'm very old school when it comes to smoking weed. I love smoking weed. I love packing a pipe and smoking. Excuse me. That was no pun intended. Since I moved here, one of the residents, her daughter let me borrow her weed pen, her vape pen that's THC, and I actually liked it. It's a vape, and I got much higher from it. So I'm almost on the fence of, do I continue my old school ways of smoking actual flower and physical weed, or do I switch over to a vape? Because I live in a non-smoking building, so it's quite a process. I have to, bundle up, go out to my truck, sit in my truck, pack a bowl, smoke it, and then go back in. But whereas a vape, I can smoke it right inside. So I'm kind of on the fence of converting. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. Like I don't know. I'm thinking about switching over.
Well, especially if you have to do the whole thing of go outside and sit in your truck. I think the choice is clear. But the nice thing is, in your previous home, you've tweeted some pictures of this. It looked great. You had your own plants because in New York State, you can have so many plants in your own home, and you grew it yourself. So that's a savings. Plus, there's probably some joy in cultivating a crop. I'm a weed farmer. So I think you'd have to give that up. You're not going to grow weed and then somehow turn that into your own THC vape. But if you're able to give up the growing and that's not so important to you, I don't see a downside, especially if you're getting higher off the THC pen. What's the downside? Some people might just like the smell of burning weed, but they probably don't like the implications of going outside in the winter and sitting in their truck. It also just doesn't look great, to be out in your car smoking weed because it's unless you're trying to hide it, in which case you don't really get to enjoy it. Like it's pretty clear you're smoking weed in your truck. So like, I feel like the choice is pretty clear.
Well, it's legal here in New York. So if I go, it's a non-smoking building. But when I moved in, because of who I am, Frankie J, I did confirm with management if I want to smoke weed, I can go out in my vehicle, right? And they're like, "What's your vehicle? That's your property." So I go out there and I just smoke. I don't care who sees me or not. If someone's walking by, I'll offer it to them. But for me, it doesn't bother me. But I could see where some people would think they'd have to hide and be sneaky. But if I'm going out in my truck and there's cameras everywhere, I'm really not hiding. So I kind of have that carefree personality where I smoke weed. I'm doing it legally. I'm not out driving. I'm just sitting in my car freezing, smoking a bowl to not smoke in a non-smoking building. So for me, the growing part of it's fun because you get to play around with different strains. So I do have a spot picked out already here where I could plant my plants, and they would be out of sight and out of mind of a lot of people, but I would know where they were, and they would get the proper sunlight and all that. But the only thing I'm worried about is the growing season's a little shorter here. The summer's a little shorter than that of Buffalo for some reason, and it's different temperatures and humidity levels and things like that. So I'm not certain if it would really work out. It would I'm almost thinking it would have to be more of an indoor thing, and I'm not interested in growing it indoors because it's just too much work and hooking this up and hooking that up, whereas I can slap something in the ground and let nature take over. So for me, I still have to see kind of how that goes. But in the interim, I do have my resources available to me within a week where I can get what I want, when I want, and how I want it. So I'm not too concerned. But the vape pen was definitely something that I wasn't expecting to be that good, and it was pretty damn good. I'm not gonna lie, I really enjoyed it, and it put me to sleep. It was a nice sleep.
Once again, when you told me you had hand tattoos, I guess I'm not surprised that you don't care if you're out in your truck getting high. But just to be honest myself, if I could, choose, am I going to vape inside versus sit outside of my car and smoke like a pipe or a joint or something? Like, I would never do that. Maybe that's just my own personal hangups of my view, or rather how others people view me. But that just, I don't know, that, getting high in your truck reminds me of, I grew up really rurally, and there were a lot of drug problems in some of the places I lived, and I would see like adults passed out in cars. And when I was young, I didn't know what that was, but thinking back now, like clearly they were just on some kind of drug, and it wasn't marijuana. And it's hard for me to shake that. So I don't know, unless I'm 16 with a bunch of friends in someone's parents' minivan out on a dirt road somewhere, or out on a mountain somewhere, and we're just getting high, I'd rather not smoke in my car. But I get the point you're saying, Frankie. If you don't care, you don't care, and that's great. But for me, yeah, I mean, the choice would be clear. Not only does it seem to be a superior product, but I don't have to feel like a, I don't know, douchebags. I'm not trying to say anything about you, but I think you get what I'm trying to say, Frankie. So to each their
I know.
own. If you smoke it, if you got it, please smoke it. You and I, we both love the weed. But like, I would say, take off your snow boots, take off your coat, sit down on the couch, get out your THC pen, get out your watermelon vape, and fucking enjoy yourself. And how dare someone say they're not going to sell you something because kids also might like it? Maybe you just enforce the laws and don't sell it to them. That seems like the clear answer to me. Call me crazy. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. So now let's decide what we want to do with the show. We're getting close to 3.5 hours. We can keep doing Supreme Court focused discussions. There's a TikTok ban that we could talk about. Supreme Court term limits. That's something that's being floated. Not the Supreme Court, but a federal judge has said the U.S. Naval Academy can continue to use race in its admissions practices. We could talk about that. We could also switch over to some news. Patrice has posted this in my Discord server. Go to bit.ly/NEWZ debates to join my Discord community. And it says that Syrian rebels have advanced into Damascus, and they're claiming they've seized control. I don't know. We can keep going. We can shut down the show. Looks like Patrice has requested to speak. We lost her as a speaker. I'll throw her back up.
Lee, I was kind of curious about that TikTok ban. if you don't mind kind of going into that a bit.
You bet. Yeah, that's getting a lot of talk right now. Let's go into that. But before we do, let's finish up a few of these stereo comments because I think that they're just going to lose their value if we don't get to them now. Let's hear again from None over on stereo.
I just want to add that, like, for what I said, I don't know if this was specifically for vapes. Definitely, I know they were talking about cigarettes. They might have talked about vapes too, but I don't know.
So that was about people testing out vapes and whether or not they become addicted. I think that what the person had said previously was having to do with vapes because the data shows if you test out cigarettes, you mostly just start smoking cigarettes. And I'm going to play two of Gabriel's messages right back and forth, rather, right. I'm drunk. I'm going to play two messages from Gabriel back to back. And then I think we'll move on to the TikTok ban.
There's a shop which I get my tobacco from. Smoke cigarettes and roll up. And the tobacco I get a low level, 0.0. So I still get that nicotine fix. But the thing is with vapes, you don't get that nicotine fix. You just get addicted to the chemicals. That's why vapes are so addictive. Yeah, there's different flavors. There's sunrise, there's chocolate, there's white chocolate, there's coffee, there's truffle. There's all sorts of different flavors of vapes because it's flavored water, but it's the chemical formula of these vapes, which is the addictive thing. It's like with tobacco. You can smoke a cigarette without a filter, yeah, and you're all right. Or are you? It's the chemicals they put in the tobacco. The thing is, vapes have not truly been truly chemical tested. That's why vapes are so addictive.
And once again, Gabriel made those claims earlier. I proved them wrong. So I don't find a lot of value in what we just heard, but thank you for the messages nonetheless. Vape devices and vape juice has been thoroughly tested. The only question, just like with COVID vaccines, which doesn't mean they're unsafe, but the only question is, well, what about the long-term effects? We've talked about this on the show many times, but basically vaccines, I think it's 8 weeks after you receive a vaccine. That's about as long term as the effects go. And that goes back to the earliest vaccines that were ever created by man. That's just kind of how they work. So you might not know what happens 40 years down the road, but you don't need to. For vape juice, I don't think that's necessarily the case. Why would it be 8 weeks? But unless you don't want to have any new products until they've been tested for 40 years straight, that's just sort of what you find yourself having to do is check out the devices, check out the juice. You know, it's exactly what it is. It's not a mystery. And you just keep doing those studies as time goes on. So once again, don't find any value in what we heard from Gabriel, but I appreciate the message nonetheless. Okay, Apostate Nate, let's jump over here to the TikTok ban. So I don't think I have a video for this lined up. No, I do not. But I have an article. This is from the independent.co.uk. A federal appeals court has turned down TikTok's challenge of a quickly approaching forced sale or nationwide ban of the immensely popular app in the United States, but the company could soon ask the Supreme Court to step in. Friday's decision from the this video keeps popping up. Friday's decision from the Washington, D.C. based appellate court sided with the Department of Justice, which has argued that the federal government has the authority to restrict or ban TikTok on grounds that it allegedly poses a national security risk if its China-based parent company ByteDance exposes Americans' data or manipulates what they see. TikTok, however, has argued that the ban infringes on its users' First Amendment protections. However, the three-judge panel agreed that the government has offered persuasive evidence that a law passed by Congress to potentially ban the app is narrowly tailored to protect national security. The Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act, which was signed into law by President Biden earlier this year, gave ByteDance roughly 9 months to sell the platform or face a nationwide ban. TikTok is expected to ask the Supreme Court to decide. And ByteDance has until January 19th to comply. That's actually one day before Donald Trump comes back into the White House. On the campaign trail, Trump changed his tune around TikTok, which he had previously supported banning. He had issued an executive order banning the platform in 2020, but the company successfully challenged that order in court. So this is what I remember. Trump, as the president, wanted to ban TikTok, and all of the Democrats laughed at him and laughed at him. And then the Democrats wanted to do it themselves, and they didn't think it was so funny anymore. So that was disappointing. So what do you think about this apostate, Nate? This is a real thing. Some people have become superstars on TikTok, but do not have any sizable following on Twitter or Instagram or YouTube. And so if TikTok goes away, they're done.
Boy, there's so many questions you could ask about this. Do you think it's likely that it gets banned? We know that the president-elect is not a fan of the software. And I think for the national security related reasons you described. I think he basically, talked about it like it was, Chinese spyware of sorts. If I'm getting any of that wrong, feel free to correct me.
It's not that it's spyware, it's the fact that it gathers people's data in a reasonable way, like just anyone who uses a similar app would expect. And that data could be used inappropriately by a foreign government, or the app could be used in a way to influence people, once again, by a foreign government. So I don't know that there's any specific risks with TikTok as compared to like Twitter or YouTube, but TikTok in the end is controlled by the Chinese government. It doesn't mean that they control everything about it, but in the end, that's the extreme possibility. So I'm not
I
against
mean, I
banning
guess
it.
I guess my first question is what do they know? What evidence do they have that data gathered from TikTok is basically being gathered and collected for the purposes that would be indistinguishable from espionage?
I don't know that they have to prove that it is. They have to prove that it could be, and I think they've done that. And we talked about it on the show some time ago. I can't tell you when it happened, sometime maybe in the last year. There was an instance where an employee did steal several American users' data that identified them and used it inappropriately somehow. I can't remember the details, but this was discovered. It's not debatable. It happened. And the company apologized and said they had fixed it so it wouldn't happen again, but it has happened in the past.
I gotta give you the honest answer right now, Lee. I don't know. This feels like a super gray area topic to me.
Well, what it really comes down to is the fact that the American military is preparing for a war with China. They've just adopted a new rifle. I think it's made by the SIG company, SIG, and it's specifically designed to compete with like Chinese personal body armor. It's like a round that's supposed to penetrate that. Just like back in the day, NATO and America, we used to have guns or look for guns either overall or with special forces that could compete with Soviet equipment. We've kind of moved past that, obviously, but the next thing, um, the American military is preparing for a war with China. That's clear. That's not debatable. That's something that you can look into and find for yourself. And if one of the most, if not the most popular social media app among certain demographics in the United States is in the end controlled by the Chinese government, that's not good for a country that is preparing for a war with China.
Oof.
Frankie, I'm sorry, yeah, apostate?
Oof. That's all I can say. Just oof.
We'll go to
What?
Patrice. We'll go to Patrice in a moment, but Frankie J has texted me at 323-250-0867. A good point, but I think you're missing the point. So I'm going to read this and try to explain it. You say, who cares? Other platforms have gone away. If someone's content is amazing on TikTok, it should be great on others, in my opinion. You're not wrong, but I think you're missing the point. So, unlike myself, because I am not a superstar on Twitter Spaces, but okay, actually, something that makes sense. So, Frankie, you know, my YouTube account was banned during the presidential election cycle, right around the time that Joe Biden dropped out of the race and Kamala Harris took over. And I literally did a live show that was called like Biden out, Kamala in. And a few days later, my entire YouTube account was deleted. I filed several appeals. I actually heard back from them, and they said, no, you are no longer allowed on YouTube, and this is the correct decision. I only had like 100, 120, 150 followers on YouTube, so not a big deal. But for me, it was a big deal because I have shows I had. They're all gone now. I had shows on YouTube, not going back to the first news debate show. That's too far back. I was not simulcasting to YouTube then. But I had shows that went back 2 years, maybe 3 years, something like that. 1 to 2, 3 years. I can't remember exactly. A long time. Every show I ever did was on YouTube, starting at a certain point. And those are all gone now. So imagine I had a couple million followers on YouTube or 100,000 followers even on YouTube. It doesn't matter that people on other platforms might like my content also. It's starting over. And the problem with platforms is most people have one platform, if they have any, that they have a sizable following that far outnumbers all their others. So if you find someone on TikTok that has 600,000 followers, especially now, they probably have either a link like I do, like a link tree. So go to bit.ly/NEWC debate. It then connects you to all my different accounts. They'll either have something like that, or they'll say specifically, follow me on Twitter, follow me on Instagram. Because the second that TikTok goes away, all that work they did is gone. And anyone who's big on TikTok, unless they're like, Brad Pitt or somebody, they're not big on Twitter. Anyone who's big on Twitter, unless they're Tom Hanks, is not big on TikTok. So if you lose your platform of choice where you have your big following, if you have a big following, you're done. It's not about, oh, your content could work on another platform. Whether or not that's true, you have to start over. Some people on TikTok are only popular because they got in on the ground floor, just like some people on YouTube or some people on Twitch or Twitter, the same thing. And so if they had to start over tomorrow, it doesn't matter what their content is because they have to compete with everyone else. So if you're popular on TikTok and it goes away, you're likely done. I understand why content creators don't want TikTok to go away, but it doesn't change the fact that the concerns about TikTok are real and valid. Patrice, you have your hand up.
So I think that the they have until, I think the 19th was the ban, but the 25th of January to sell it to a US buyer. I don't know why those dates seem backwards to me, but that's what I see. So US, it says it's valued at 84 to 100 billion. The likely buyers would be Microsoft and Oracle. Um, the people that are really getting paid are part of the Creators Fund. When I was on there a lot, I wasn't part of the Creators Fund, but I had about 347,000 followers. And
You had
mine was,
350,000 followers on TikTok?
I did.
What did you do?
But a lot of duets. It was about this particular account was the one I got the lifetime ban on. And I did a lot of duets. I had a lot of different algorithms, but it was mostly my democracy videos and duets. And I was able to save some of that before I was, because I knew it was coming. I've put some of it on Twitter. So I have some of it, but certainly not all of it. When they first brought this up, most of it was about the people that were able to sell their product on Twitter. Those were, in fact, I saw some of the creators on the news that I knew. It was funny when they came on there, oh, I know her and him, and it was their product, whether it was candle making, t-shirts, um, OnlyFans, whatever. Now some were smart, and when they started making money and those orders were flowing in, um, they created an actual small business. Some people with property built, a building or a small warehouse on their
Yeah,
property
you see that on YouTube.
for
People start
production.
companies, they start their own production
Mhm.
room, if not an entire building, and they hire people. Yeah, if you follow someone for long enough, it's really interesting to see the corporations sort of emerge.
Yes, yes. So, but then there's creators that, it's just making that video um, that goes viral. And the pay, I mean, 1 million views, you can make $50. I mean, you have to be a real creator to make, some serious money. But I mean,
You were only
I can.
making $50 off a million hit video on TikTok?
I wasn't making anything. I wasn't part of the creators fund.
But
I didn't want to
they
do
didn't
that.
have advertising built in? I don't use TikTok. I don't like TikTok. I guess I'm an old man.
Um, no, not on mine. I mean, I was a very vanilla thing, you know. Um, one of my friends is a creator on his algorithm is former drug addicts, and he his videos were just outrageously good. But he's very into writing and directing, and he's just really good at that. I mean, he's like out of the box, and he wasn't interested in making money either. So, and during the
I'm just
pandemic,
confused because I'm sure it changed with time, but for several years now on YouTube, if you had a video that had a million hits, you would make a substantial amount of money just from built-in YouTube advertising. So that's surprising to hear, but maybe it was just the time and it didn't come in later. Because yeah, some apps will have creator funds, but usually, even with creator funds, if you're getting lots and lots of hits, your money is going to be coming from your share of that revenue, which I think on YouTube they take out like 30%. So you get 70% of that. But I mean, there are people I know that I follow on YouTube and have for some time that, maybe they get tens of thousands of hits on each video they upload, and that's their full-time job. So wow, if you get million hits on a video and you're not making money off of that's disappointing. Maybe it just shows TikTok is not sustainable. But please continue. This is fascinating.
so I don't know. My thing on TikTok is um I don't have a problem with it being banned either. Unless it is US owned on our side of it. I think the China side of it is really called what, dance bites or something. It's something else. It's not really known as TikTok. Um, US
The parent company is called
participation,
ByteDance, but the danger is that
yeah, ByteDance.
all Chinese companies are subject to the Chinese government, unlike in the United States and unlike most other countries. So even though the company is ByteDance, I don't know the history of the company or what the structure of ByteDance looks like. As a company based in mainland China, in the end, they are completely controlled and subject to the Chinese government.
Yes. So the US is like 3 times more uh, or I'm sorry, 3 times using TikTok 3 times more than any other nation. So it's at about 16.775. So
What does
I my
16.75 mean? I don't understand.
let's see. %16.75%. Oh, did I not say percent?
But
Of
percent of
TikTok
what?
visits
Oh, they're from the US?
are from the US. 16.75 visits of to TikTok come from the US, which is 3 times more visits from the US than any other nation.
Well, some
So
of
I
that makes
guess we
sense.
use
I mean,
it.
we have like 330 million people. So especially if you take out China, because I assume TikTok's popular there. I don't know. I just assume it is. What other nations have more people than us? India, but they have issues with internet. And I know that everybody in India uses like cell phones, like computers, because of their technology issues. But still, okay, you'd expect that not everyone in India has access to TikTok like they do in the United States. So while that can be alarming, I think that can also kind of just be explained away with how big the US is.
Yes. So I don't know. I think that just from a creator point of view, I mean, I don't know a lot about YouTube either. If you can do duets, the technology is a thing too. I mean, if a company does buy it, is some of that technology that TikTok has going to go away?
I
Because
don't think
TikTok has a lot
TikTok
of
has any specific technology that someone else could not duplicate, if not already have duplicated. Just being able to stream live is something that you can do on many platforms. YouTube now for some time, because the popularity of TikTok, has had what they call YouTube Shorts. So it's basically TikTok but on YouTube. And I know that YouTube has a lot of creator tools, so you can like shoot videos and edit it on your phone and put it together in a fun way. I don't think anything they do is hard. It's just something that they've done in a better packaged, easier to use way than other platforms. Otherwise, another platform would be more popular than TikTok.
Can YouTube, can you make backgrounds, uh, and insert yourself into that background of the
I
context
don't
of your video?
I don't create once again shorts. That's the YouTube version of TikTok. I don't create content like that, so I can't tell you. But what I can tell you is that nothing you can do on TikTok is something that a company with a sizable amount of money and employees could not duplicate. So whatever you can do on TikTok, if they
Yeah.
sold it,
So
you would think they would get access to that. But if there was something that they removed from the app when they sold it to an American company, it would not be difficult for them to replace that. It's a video app. It's not, it's not medicine, it's not rockets, it's not autonomous
yeah.
vehicles.
Well, this has been going on for a long time, and I would think that, whatever corporation, um, or group of investors, have been working on this for a long time. It would be nice if it was US bought, I guess, for all these creators and people that enjoy TikTok. Um, I don't know if it's not and the ban starts, how long is it going to actually be before it's completely gone? So I don't know. I would prepare for the worst and hope for the best kind of thing. I don't have any skin in the game anymore. I mean, I have another account, but I just have it to have it. I don't really participate in my own um, videos anymore, but it was a lot of fun. But they didn't like my democracy. That's
Well,
for
that's the
sure.
other
They
thing,
didn't like it.
is that not
I didn't
only,
even get a warning.
yeah, you just got kicked off like I did on
Yeah.
YouTube for just discussing Kamala Harris becoming the new prize of the Democratic Party after Biden said he would no longer run for reelection, and they deleted
Mhm.
my entire account. I talked about it on the show all the time. Um, that's the other real danger, is that, YouTube is owned by Google, which is an American company, and there's a lot of hatred on YouTube, and there's a lot of stuff that people would say doesn't belong there, and it's still there. It's just every once in a while someone that really shouldn't have caught YouTube's attention, like myself, does, and then it's over for me. But TikTok, since it's run by ByteDance, which is a mainland China company, which is completely subject to control of the government, not only can they influence Americans, not only can they, and at least once it's proven they did steal American information. It was apparently some rogue employee, but it did happen. It proves the concept. And they're completely under the jurisdiction in the end of the Chinese government. They have very different ideals of what's appropriate. So I think it's hard to create any sort of interesting, nuanced content on American-owned platforms nowadays. It's easier on X now that Elon Musk has taken it over. I'm not afraid of Elon like everyone else is, because I have been kicked off YouTube. I know what that's like. But for better or for worse, the American system is a little bit more stable and certainly more democracy, more pro individual rights, more pro free speech, even though that is a problem in the United States, than the Chinese Communist government has ever been or will be. So I know this is just anecdotal, but the fact that you were completely kicked off of TikTok with a lifetime ban, and you mentioned that's connected to your pro democracy content, that's not surprising, because TikTok is ultimately under the purview of the Chinese government, which does not like that. So I don't think that's really discussed as a reason for banning TikTok unless they sell to an American entity. But I think that's another good reason to be anti-TikTok. If TikTok was run by a German company or even an Australian company, where Australians do not have a constitutionally guaranteed right to free speech, it's not in their constitution. And the way they treat people in Australia, it's pretty clear that they don't have constitutionally guaranteed free speech. TikTok would be way better for content creators if it was run by an Australian company than a Chinese company. So it's not a main concern, but this is why I'm okay with banning TikTok, because there are all these things that are piling up. However, let's maybe finish up this show by predicting what we think will happen with TikTok. Now that Trump is President-elect Trump, holy cow, I'm not sure that this is going to actually happen. I don't think TikTok is going to be sold. Why would they do that? I don't think they want to give it up. So that means that basically we have to decide whether or not a ban is going to be enforced by the Trump administration, enforced by a Congress that is Republican controlled. My guess is no. I think it's easy for them to drag their feet. And because Trump likes to be contrary, even though he wanted to ban them previously and the Democrats laughed at him, I think he might, in the White House, change his mind. So I don't think TikTok will be sold. I'm less certain about what's going to happen with the ban. But if push came to shove, I would guess it will not be enforced, and it could maybe even be reversed. I don't know enough about the legislation to guess how that would happen, but those are my guesses. Patrice or Apostate Nates or Bjorn, I know you can't join us with your voice, but if you want to send us a text message over on 323-250-0867, you could give us your comments, and maybe then we'll end the show. We've gone almost 4 hours. I think this would be a good time to wrap things up, just because I think naturally we're kind of running out of steam, and I would like to do a show tomorrow and the next tax day, so I think we'll have plenty of opportunities. So while everybody is thinking about their TikTok predictions, let's jump over to stereo. Hear from Spectacular and then Paul. Let's hear from Spectacular on stereo.
What's up, please? Stay spectacular. Thank you for bringing news debate here on stereo. I'm appreciating these topics so far. Welcome. This is the first time I'm running into you. And your news topic of TikTok here is ran by a Chinese company, ByteDance. And ByteDance just merged two apps, which is TikTok and Lemon 8, the information together. So if the concern is we do not want TikTok, just TikTok, to be banned, what about the company ByteDance, which is running Lemon 8? And that's an app that is like an Instagram and Pinterest kind of deal. So what do you think about that? Their information merged.
Thanks for the question. Great to have you here. Um, so it's not illegal for Chinese companies that are under the control of the Chinese government to operate in the United States. So I have no issue with ByteDance being allowed to continue to run this other app. You said they were combined. I've never heard of this other app, so I'm a little confused. But let's just say I don't think ByteDance has to be banned. I don't think Chinese companies have to be banned. Specifically, TikTok represents a problem because of its popularity. It also represents a problem because in the past, users who are American, their data has been inappropriately used against them. You can look that up. It happened. I think it happened to a very small amount of people, but it was discovered. The company apologized, and it shows that it's just very possible. So that's why this is a TikTok ban as opposed to a ByteDance ban or a Chinese company ban. We do a lot of business with China. It's not what this is. Even though the American military is preparing for a war with China, doesn't stop business, right? So hopefully that answers your question. If not, I see you're with us over on stereo still. Please leave me another message. Great to have you. Let's hear now from, was it Paul? Yes, from Paul over on stereo.
Hello, how are you doing, bro? I'm from India and we have banned TikTok here because government thought that it is bad for children and you know children are moving towards degeneracy and they're not earlier kids used to go out and play with their friends. They used to play sports, cricket, football. But because of uh, platforms like Twitter, they're not focusing on on their studies, and they're just these apps are destroying their minds, and our government banned it. And I think TikTok apps like TikTok should be banned. Even Instagram, uh, children should not be allowed to join it.
So, Paul, thank you for that bit of information. I had no idea whatsoever. If you had asked me, I would have said, no, they haven't banned TikTok. But no, India did ban TikTok. They also did a lot more. I'm reading this now from the BBC. I'm sharing this over on twitch.tv/NEWZ debate, as well as rumble.com/user/NEWZ debate. The BBC writes, TikTok was one of India's most popular apps until it was banned in 2020. It's a lesson for what might unfold if a US ban goes ahead. So 4 years ago, TikTok was Let me say that again. 4 years ago, India was TikTok's biggest market. The app boasted a growing base of 200 million users, which is much less than the Indian population, as I was mentioning earlier. Thriving subcultures and sometimes life-changing opportunities for creators and influencers. TikTok seemed unstoppable until simmering tensions on the border between India and China erupted into deadly violence. Once again, the U.S. is preparing for war with China. India doesn't like China either. After the border skirmish, the Indian government banned TikTok on June 29th, 2020. Almost overnight, TikTok was gone. But the accounts and videos of Indian TikTok are still online, frozen in time when the app had just emerged as a cultural giant. In some ways, it could offer a preview of what might lie on the horizon in the US. In April, Joe Biden signed a bill into law that could ultimately ban TikTok from the US, marking a new chapter after years of threats and failed legislation. The law requires the company that owns TikTok, ByteDance, to sell its stake in the app until sometime in January or face a potential ban in America. ByteDance says it has no intention of selling. And it looks like, unless the Supreme Court intervenes, ByteDance does not have any legal options to stop this. The platform is set to become unavailable on January 29th. But once again, some think maybe we'll go to the Supreme Courts. Banning a massive social media app would be an unprecedented moment in U.S. tech history. But the Indian experience shows what can happen when a major company wipes TikTok from its citizens' smartphones. In November 2023, Nepal also announced a decision to ban TikTok, and Pakistan has implemented a number of temporary bans since 2020. As TikTok's 150 million US users, that's almost half of America, swipe through videos in limbo. The story of India's TikTok ban shows that users are quick to adapt, but also that when TikTok dies, much of its culture dies with it. So one thing the BBC says is that TikTok was a particular phenomenon because of the ways its algorithm gave opportunities to rural Indian users who were able to find an audience and even reach celebrity status, not possible on other apps. TikTok holds a similar cultural significance in America, where the niche communities flourish and an untold number of small creators and businesses base their livelihood around TikTok. It's a kind of success that's less prevalent on other social media platforms like Instagram, which is generally tuned for more consuming content from accounts with big followings, while TikTok places a heavier emphasis on encouraging regular users to post. When TikTok went offline in India in 2020, the government banned 58 other Chinese apps. As the years rolled on, India banned over 100 more Chinese apps, though negotiations recently brought back an Indian version of one of those to the country. The same could happen in the US. The new law sets a precedent and creates a mechanism for the American government to get rid of other Chinese apps. The privacy and national security concerns but politicians are talking about regarding TikTok could apply to a host of other companies as well. I think that's very true. Right now it's TikTok, but it's not the only one. Oh, and it's talking about how when TikTok went away in India and other places, pre-existing social media platforms tried to fill the gap. So Instagram now has Reels. YouTube, as I mentioned earlier, has Shorts. And I think that's all we need to read right now from the BBC. Let's reset. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. Let's jump back over to stereo. We'll hear from Spectacular again.
Returning back on this topic of TikTok. So being that the company that runs TikTok is ByteDance, eliminating just TikTok is not gonna stop the issue of getting people's information. Yes, by the masses, there's way more TikTokers versus lemonaders, right? um, but the information being merged is still information being shared with that company. That was just pretty much what did you think about that versus what do you think is the solution, you know? So, yep, shout out to you and thank you so much for um, hosting your show here on Star.
Thank you for the continued conversation, Spectacular. So I think what you're talking about can be summed up by saying the information that's been gathered about American users of TikTok is not going to be deleted. So ByteDance and by proxy, the Chinese government still has that data. It's not going anywhere. But their active ability to influence American users or their active ability to take data that's continually being collected and use it against American users, use it against the American governments, that will go away by getting rid of TikTok. As noted in this BBC article, it does not block ByteDance. It does not block Chinese apps. And it's not going to stop all the data that's already been collected. But just like with TikTok content, it's constantly being inundated with new content. Both people are just live on TikTok or people are uploading videos constantly. That will end. Just like the gathering of data of American users and the ability to influence them will end. It doesn't erase the history of TikTok. You know, it's like if you have a bank account and the bank's really shitty and they charge a bunch of fees that they don't tell you and you're not able to get your money back. Well, you just close the account. So they still charged you all those fees and they still abused you, but they're not abusing you anymore. That's what the point of banning TikTok is. So Lemonade or any other apps that ByteDance has, they're not a concern. If the U.S. government was going to ban another Chinese app, it would not be a ByteDance app. I couldn't tell you what it was, but it would not be one of theirs. Let me know if you disagree with any of that, but that's how I see it. And now we're going to hear from Ranged over on stereo.
Well, my question would be, has there been any definitive evidence that suggests China has used TikTok to push forward any propaganda or any political machinery within the app? I mean, because it was quite obvious that the Russian government used it quite readily on Facebook or Meta and then later Twitter. So do you know if there's any information around that?
Yes, we have discussed at least one specific instance in the past on the show. I'm just trying to find a news article that highlights that. I'm just going to grab a bunch of headlines from some reputable news sources and hope that they include the one that we've discussed previously. But if not, it's something to discuss. And even if the answer is no, which it's not, there are clear indications that people's data are being gathered and it's being used against the United States. I think the real issue is that it could be. So any company that comes from mainland China, I'm not talking about Hong Kong, I'm not talking about Taiwan, those are special circumstances. In the end, they are under the control of the communist Chinese government. Microsoft is not under control of the United States. So that is a real stark contrast. And so when you have 150 million Americans using TikTok, that is a security issue. I'm not saying it's the biggest security issue we have with China because they steal our state secrets all the time. They have nuclear weapons. I mean, there's a lot of things with China that we should be afraid of. And that's why the American military is preparing for, I mean, I shit you not. The American military is preparing for a war with China. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but that's what they're preparing for. And banning TikTok is part of that preparation. So it's while I think that there are clear breadcrumbs, and hopefully we'll read about them here in a second from some reputable news sources that show that this is possible. Those don't matter. It's the fact that it is possible. And so for some people, they would think, well, why are you banning them? Sure, it's possible, but when did it happen? What's the likelihood that it's going to happen? Those are good questions. But even Democrats want to ban TikTok now. So it seems to be a foregone conclusion from a political standpoint of the two parties. Trump shakes things up, so we'll have to see what happens. But those are the reasons, is mostly because it could happen. Also, really quickly, the Syrian regime under President Assad appears to have fallen as the rebels have had lightning advances, kind of like a blitzkrieg. So that's news. We'll definitely discuss that on a future show. So I have some links now from ABC News and Forbes and CNN. Just trying to bring up the ones that make the most sense first, followed by the others. Okay, let's start with this one. It seems to be the oldest. Yeah. Okay, so this is from Forbes.com. I'm sharing this over on twitch.tv/NEWZ debate and also rumble.com/user/NEWZ debate. I'm sorry, I've been muted the whole time over on stereo. I'm a big dummy. Boo me, boo Lee. I was basically just saying that I think there are some breadcrumbs that show that TikTok has been dangerous for Americans and the American government, but mostly it's the fact that it could be as opposed to it has been. I think that's the main issue for politicians in the U.S., and both Republicans and Democrats seem to think that Trump is an X factor. We'll see what happens. My apologies. I think for the last 2 minutes, 3 minutes, I've been muted over on stereo. I'm a big dummy. Let's read now from Forbes. This is from 2002 in September 2022. Earlier this month, Forbes reported on how security researchers had uncovered a serious TikTok vulnerability that could have exposed users to a one-click account takeover exploit. That issue has long been fixed. However, just as TikTok users breathe a sigh of relief, reports have issued that the US TikTok has been hacked. TikTok denies it, but security experts recommended blah, 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 changing their passwords. And then, so the question here is, while hackings are not new, anyone who has a bank account has probably received some sort of message from their bank that says your information, your personal information may have been, exposed during a hack. Forbes writes here in September of 2022, the hack raises questions of where the data came from. Why is TikTok storing all this data from users? And there's a lot of technical stuff. So that's the first thing I found from Forbes. And then this is ABC News from 2023. TikTok has your data even if you've never used the app. A new cybersecurity report obtained by ABC News says that a ban of TikTok would not resolve national security concerns or fears that TikTok could be used to siphon Americans' data. Because the app still has your data even if you've never used TikTok. And it's collecting and transferring that data whether or not the app has been deleted. Web pages associated with everything from airlines and e-commerce sites to tech companies and state and federal governments are riddled with TikTok's trackers. They immediately link to data harvesting platforms that pick off usernames and passwords, credit card and banking information, and details about users' personal health. This TikTok code transfers the data to locations around the globe, including China and Russia, often before users have a chance to accept cookies or otherwise grant consent. TikTok at the time said it would continue to move forward with a plan called Project Texas to safeguard U.S. user data. So that's something else I've seen reported is that TikTok was trying to make like a firewall between its storage of users in the US, their data, and other users to sort of alleviate the specific concerns of US politicians. Clearly, that was not successful. And then this is an article from CNN from 2023. U.S. lawmakers remain convinced that TikTok is an urgent threat to national security. A number of lawmakers have expressed deep skepticism about TikTok's efforts to safeguard U.S. user data and ease concerns about its ties to China. Concerns about TikTok's connections to China have led governments worldwide to ban the app on official devices, and those fears have factored into the increasingly tense US China relationship. Evidence remains unclear about whether the app is a national security threat. Security experts say the government's fears, while serious, currently appear to reflect only the potential for TikTok to be used for foreign intelligence, not that it has been. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. There's been different reports of leaks and improper use of American users' data, but it's mostly hypothetical. One information security expert says it's not that we know TikTok has done something, it's that the distrust of China and awareness of Chinese espionage has increased. The context for TikTok is much worse as trust in China vanishes. The US government has said it's worried China could use its national security laws to access these significant amounts of personal information that TikTok, like most social media applications, collects from its US users. Should Beijing gain access to TikTok's users' data, one concern is that the information could be used to identify intelligence opportunities. For example, by helping China uncover the vices or other pressure points of a potential spy, recruit, or blackmail targets, or by building a holistic profile of foreign visitors to the country by cross referencing that data against other databases it holds. And so it says even if many of TikTok's users are young teens with seemingly nothing to hide, it's possible some of those Americans may grow up to be government or industry officials whose social media history could prove to be useful to a foreign adversary. So it's a little paranoid, but if the shoe fits. And there's another article, but I think we got the general idea. All right, it's news debate. I am Lee. And we have been going now for 4.5 hours. It's been a lot of fun. I think it might be time to wrap things up. I'll schedule a show for tomorrow sometime here soon, and maybe even Monday. I'm not sure, but at least tomorrow I'd like to do a show. Oh, MC Funk has joined us over on Twitter Spaces. Great to have you here, pal. Bjorn is still with us over on stereo, even though he is at an event with his kids. And just sending me text messages to my phone number, 323-250-0867. You can send text messages, leave a voice message during the show, after the show. I'll play it on the next show. So let's just go around and I guess get final thoughts from everybody who would like to participate. We have Frankie and Patrice and Apostate Nate as speakers over on Twitter Spaces. Would any of you guys like to jump in before we say goodbye?
I'll say something real quick. Great show as always, Lee. I just want to end the show by sending condolences to my longtime neighbor in Buffalo of 10 years. He was a radio and news personality for over 50 years from Albany all the way to Buffalo. And I was just notified about 20 minutes ago that he passed away. And great guy, very humble, very inspiring. So I'm going to do my best to celebrate the time that I knew him and was able to be his neighbor. So rest in peace, Alan Harris from Buffalo, New York.
Well said. And MC Funk says he just popped in to catch the replay, but was surprised to see we were still live. He'll join the show tomorrow, though, if he can. So Patrice, Apostate Nate is with us, but he's a listener, not a speaker right now. Patrice, do you want to say goodbye before we head out?
Good night. Sweet dreams.
It sounds like Patrice is getting a
I'm
little
going to
tired.
bed.
Yeah, you
I
gotta
am.
go to
I'm
snow.
tired.
You gotta go to sleep and dream of snow and
Lemon
Utah.
haze, baby.
Lemon haze. Yeah, you need a little bit of a something to go to sleep. Just don't send it in the mail, Frankie. Don't send it in the mail.
No, I don't. I don't. Gummies or weed or whatever doesn't really make me sleep. So no, going to sleep all on my own.
And hopefully you'll wake up
So
with
yeah, it was.
some new snow in Utah. All right, big
Oh,
thanks.
wouldn't that be
On the way.
lovely?
Yeah, Frankie.
No, I just said to Patrice, I'm sending the snow. It's on the way.
It's on the way. It's on the way. It's a winter wonderland. Yeah, that's the nice thing about December. I mean, not for everybody in the U.S., depending on where you live. We have a lot of, different variations state by state. We got desert. We got like Maine, which is basically a forest. I mean, we have everything in between. But there is something nice about sort of being stuck at home in December or January, and there's just a ton of snow. It's sort of like before COVID. It was your excuse to stay home and bake or just kind of play board games or something, have time with the family. Oh yeah, something nice about that. Okay,
Yes.
so
All right. Good night. Thank you
good
for
night,
the
Patrice.
show. It
Oh,
was
thank you. Thanks for
wonderful.
having you.
All right. See
Let's
y'all
do this.
tomorrow.
Yep, see you tomorrow. We'll do a show maybe around the same time tomorrow. I'm not exactly sure. I will figure that out. Oh, by the way, if you have any suggestions for a time tomorrow you'd like the show to be or not be, you can tweet me, twitter.com/NEWZdebate, or join my Discord server, bit.ly/NEWZdebate. You can text message, leave a voice message at 323-250-0867. Let me know. Otherwise, I'll do it at the same time as today, which I think we started at 8 p.m. Eastern or earlier. So maybe I'll do like a early afternoon show Eastern time. But the problem with that is it might be too early on the West Coast.
Maybe, can I say something? Do it before the Bills game, and then the Sunday night game was the Kansas City game.
Oh,
so
hey,
tomorrow's NFL.
Thank you, Frankie. I didn't even think about that. What time do those games start?
Well, the Bills game is a 4:00 game. Well, 4:20. And
Yeah, it is.
Sunday night football it starts at 8:00. Is the Chiefs and the Chargers, the two games that I predicted on. So maybe early afternoon would be ideal.
Okay. I have decided to not do a late show. Thank you very much, Frankie. I will give this some more thought in the next maybe 20 or 30 minutes, but I might schedule it for like noon or 1 p.m. tomorrow because I want to watch some NFL. That is a really good point. And also, it's, the last two shows we've done have been late. So the whole idea of doing a lot of content this month is to do a lot of content, but different times. So we've had two late shows, and it's been great. We've had some people who have not been able to join the show in a while. MC Funk, Bjorn. But it's the weekend, so maybe I'll do like a noon or a 1 tomorrow. Yeah, I think that's probably what I'll end up doing. But I will schedule it in the next half an hour on twitter.com/NEWZ debates. Big thank you to Patrice and Frankie and Apostate Nate and MC Funk who just joined us, and Bjorn who has been over on Stereo almost the entire show. Gosh, I forget. Oh, Shannon. Shannon was with us for almost the entire show, but she pieced out a little bit recently here. They're also my supporters over on patreon.com/NEWZ debate. So they put a little bit of money in my pocket every month. That makes me feel really good about doing the program. And they are my instant co-hosts. So they add to the show. Really makes a community. Also want to thank my other patreon.com/NEWZ debate supporters, including Better Vibes, Lola, Mojo, Sneaky Elbow, Ron, Natasha, and I think that's everybody. I believe I figured out the earlier problem. We had a bunch of echo on my stereo show at the beginning of the program, and I couldn't figure out what it was. It might have been a bad cord, so I'm going to switch that cord. Once I unplugged it and plugged it back in, it was better, but I have another one. I'll just switch it out, so hopefully that won't be a problem. And yeah, that's going to do it. We were focused on the Supreme Court today. Tomorrow we'll do something else. But generally, the show is please participate and share your thoughts. That's every show. So until tomorrow, maybe around noon or 1 p.m. Eastern, have a great rest of your night and early morning. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.